Hello, we're back. Hello, hello. Let's go, let's go. STKH. I have this one just because it looks interesting. This one has a pretty high short interest. Wonder why? I wonder why. Good morning, guys. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning. Don't forget to hydrate. Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. Was wondering why that wasn't coming on because it wasn't plugged in. It wasn't plugged in. All Tony's fault, you know. On GNS, Raj. Oof. Why are you even looking at GNS? Nicholas, why do you? Oh yeah. Why did you change your name? Doo-doo-doo. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Unbelievable. Pyro, good morning. Tony, good morning. Nicholas, good morning. Prince, AO, good morning. 120 in at $1.20. Good. Look at that. Look at you. Yeah. In at $1.20. So you must have gotten on that initial pop, right? Look at that, Prince. You've most likely hit that daily goal already, right? Most likely. Most likely. So I mean, you know how like we come into the day, we're like, oh, what's the favorite name? You know, this and that. There's none of that. There's really only one name that looks amazing, right? So I like it. Uh yes. GNS. Let me take a quick look at GNS, and then I'll come back to this one. GNS. Doo, doo, doo. Come on, load. We don't have time for this rubbish. Good morning. Good morning. For some reason that's super super slow. Super 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 slow. GNS had that really good run to like $2 and then came back down, and it's been consolidating around 80 cents there. Hmm. You almost want to see that thing break above $1.10. Huh? Based on your recording of re-entries, recording of retest, like the retest. That is beautiful, by the way. Oh, there he is. He is back. Troy, did you enjoy the summer? What did you do? What did you do, Troy? Welcome back. Love it. He is back. Let's go. Welcome back, Troy. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good morning, Alan. Good morning. Good morning, Lion. Good morning, A. Good morning, Tony. I think I said that already. Ajun, good morning, Rita. Good morning, Brian. Good morning, Prasad. Good morning, Sahel. Good morning, Robert. Good morning, Craig. Good morning, Big. Good morning, Virus. Good morning, CM. Good morning, Koma. Good job on the gains, by the way. I like that. Good morning, Mr. Boda. Bada. Linnell, good morning. Yeah. Work, good morning. Dan, good morning. Paula, good morning. Good morning, ST. Mayhem, good morning. Say, good morning. Thomas, good morning. Just wanted to stop by and say hi and smash a like, of course. Love it. Tokel, good morning. Andy, good morning. Amy, good morning. Fernando, good morning. Justin, good morning. Sock Monkey, hydrate, please. KB, good morning. YW, good morning. Shaftman, good morning. Lizzie, good morning. Patricia, good morning. Mohammed, good morning. Mario, Ayo, good morning. Franco, good morning. Patrick, good morning. JCN, good morning. T, good morning. J, good morning. Good morning, Floyd. Are you ready for work? Good morning, Tony. Ayo. Good morning, everybody. Nathan, good morning. Manny the goat. David, good morning. Aviel, good morning. Burgess, hey, hey. Focusing on other things right now. I'll be more active after hours. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. Jimbo, good morning. Jason, thank you. Mike, good morning. Venna, good morning. Clay, good morning. Sig Money, good morning. Grant, good morning. Jason, other Jason, good morning. Kev, good morning, Kev. Joel, good morning. Chris, good morning. Good morning, Ellie. Hello, hello, hello. Gus, good morning. Hi, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Good morning, Carl. I am woman. Good morning. Dilip, good morning. RJ, good morning. Good morning, BLK. Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Are we ready to cook? Yeah. Good morning, Josh. Ayo. Ready, ready? So again, going into the open, ALLR is, no question the favorite name, right? BTC to zero, like adding more zeros at the end of the ones. I can see that. Yeah. JD, good morning. Um, Dawn, good morning. So again, ALLR is my and everybody else's top name, right? I like what's the short interest on this one was quite high. STKH, not sure why it's been getting slapped, but we'll keep an eye on it just in case I can actually reclaim the 200 EMA and then go from there. Donovan, ayo, good morning. Hush your mouth, Yogi says. The weather's so nice. Cornbread and kale spinach salad. You're just waking up, Dan. How did you do all of that already? Jericho, good morning. How did you do that? Unbelievable. Go back to bed, Dan. That sounds amazing, doesn't it? It does. The S&P is gapping down again this morning. If you guys last night, Trump announced that he was firing Lisa Cook. So that caused a little bit of chaos with the markets and with the dollar, right? Yesterday, okay. Nikolai, good morning. Also, there was some talks about tariffs, more tariffs. Right. So the markets, like if you look to last night, like we had this huge slap, right? Slap, slap, slap. This doesn't quite do it justice because you could see it in the futures market, but not, so it's nice that we're recovering, right? Because the market sees that as a bit of an overreaction. So hopefully we can go from red to green, righty? BTC is kind of in the same boat, right? Bitcoin is sitting at below 110. When you look at that daily chart for Bitcoin, you can see that for the most part, this is a retest, right? Like nothing's really changed here yet. We're still in that same zone, right? If you look to the left hand side, we have this little triple top there. Um, right, we have that resistance, we have this level, like there's a lot of resistance here, right? So for the most part, like we're playing with that range all the way to that demand zone at 107, which is the level that virus has been looking at, right? So anywhere from like that 111, 112 to 107, kind of seems like a bit of a range there. So we just seem to be going back and forth for now. We're creating lower highs on those daily candles though, which is interesting. If we really want to dip, like if we really really want to dip, then we could obviously sell up to the 200 EMA, right? So I'm hoping that at some point we can start turning back around and running into that September rate cut. But if we really want to slide, then the 200 EMA would be like the obvious spot right there for BTC, which kind of aligns with this last level, right? Obviously, the reason why there's a demand zone there. So if we just want to do nothing and be annoying, then we could go back and forth from 112 to 105 to 103, closer to $100,000. right? And that would still be healthy, you know. So that's kind of the picture there for BTC. Alrighty. So there's really nothing to look at or talk about there for now. Let's go back to SPY. Alrighty, and then let's see how the markets behave today. Alrighty, so we just opened, and that looks interesting. So again, SPY, we'll come back to that. We're about to go from red to green, so that's cool. Again, ALLR is the top name for now at the open, right? So we do need to get another breakout here, right? So this seems to be the range for now, between 90 and between 90 and so 90 and like 207, right? So let's see. There we go. So you can see how we just retested that 90, that $1.90, and then we bounced back to 207, right? So again, there we go, right? So that's the 90, that's the $1.90. This is the 207, right? We're breaking above that level for now. Obviously, we haven't closed above yet, and it's still really, 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 really early, right? Still really, 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 really early. So again, patience, 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 patience if you're not sure. Who the bev? There we go. So we're fighting with that 207, right? Again, like I said, there's no competition, right? This is the name for now, right? There goes $2.14. So that is looking good. That is looking good, right? Again, my only concern, as it usually is that we just opened, like we just opened, 3 minutes ago. So I'm always a bit skeptical. Like this thing is doing exactly what I needed to do, but I'm still skeptical, right? Just because it's the open, right? Lion, yeah. Troy, yep. So there goes 212. Type yes in the chat if you're holding ALLR, which most of you guys are going to be holding this, right? So good morning, Emma. Hello, hello. Riva, good morning. Nikolai, I think I said good morning. $1.20, just riding the wave, Carl. Well done, right? If again, this is why we say come join us in Discord, right? If you are a member in Discord, you most likely caught this thing below like $1.50 or close to that, right? And then now you're just kind of managing the position. So people that are looking for brand new positions now, right? Yeah, look at that, right? The entire chat is watching this. So for the most part, this is the stonk, right? Like when we look at the rest of the list, you're like, what else are we looking at here? Like what else can we look at? See, this is why I wanted to pay attention to this one, right? That high short interest seems to be doing some things with it. So interesting. STKH, right? Open is also popping, which I know a lot of you guys are in open. So here goes SKTH with a nice little pop. So maybe some shorts covering them. Some shorts with the covers, right? ALLR again. I think this one's gonna need a bit more time. Right. So just make sure you have stop losses and whatnot. Everybody should still be green on this name. Everybody. Every buzzy, right? So let's see if we can stay above at that $1.90 level, right? If we don't, then we're gonna go back and retest between the 180 and 170. That might be a better spot for a brand new position, right? So if we sell up there, but for now, again, so 190 and then down there versus the 207 breaking and actually holding. Like I said, I'm always skeptical when the market just opens, because I know there's chaos, right? Like we look amazing and then we don't look amazing. So, but now we look good. We look fine. So let's see if we can stay above. The S&P has gone from red to green, so that's kind of nice. But again, it's still really early, so we'll see. And then STKH is slowly bouncing there. So what I do sometimes is, especially this morning, like when I look at the list of gainers, and I'm like, damn, I don't like any of those names except for AALR. Then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to the zero borrow scanner in Discord. Then I'm gonna take a look at the ones with the highest short interest, right? So when I looked at that list this morning, the highest short interest one was STKH. Then I'm like, oh, okay, well that looks interesting. Obviously, it's kind of recovered, so maybe some shorts covered some positions, but again, it's still really early. Alrighty, so we'll keep an eye on all of these names. Sound good? Sound good. Sound good. Let's go. Criminal. Criminal. SER is halted up. Volatility halt. We're going to need some breakouts on this one here. Otherwise, I think people are going to get tired soon. Let me take a look at AIFF. Nice little pop there, Justin. Good job. Yeah, so AIFF. And then SER is halted up as well. But that's just a random pop halt, right? Yeah, good job on this one, Justin. Good job. Yeah, testing the view up there. Test, test, test. And that thing said resistance. Where? Oof. 336. It's a nice little pop. Good job. Newbie here. How to get to Discord, Thomas? Thomas, do you have the link? If not, let me know. I'll send you a link in the chat. Let me know. Alrighty. Again, ALLR. We like this thing, but it also needs to give us the breakout. You don't have the link, Thomas. Just make sure you sign up for the right level, right? If you have the right membership, that's the only way this link is going to work, okay? But I'm going to send you an invite though. So click this invite. The rest of your steps are in the Getting Started channel. If you're not sure what to do, just watch that last video in the Getting Started channel. It's going to walk you through. Did anybody get in on STKH? Again, nothing crazy happening, but slowly pushing there. Slowly pushing for this quick scalp. Yeah, ALLR is being a little bit annoying here. We seem to have a lot of annoying stocks lately. You're welcome, Thomas. So yeah, this thing needs to break out. And then again, AIFF. Good job on this one, Justin. I think you're gonna have a lot of resistance here around this VWAP, but that was a nice little pop, especially like after dropping and consolidating there of 290. Not bad at all, right? Demand zone 200 EMH. VWAP is the next logical target, right? So, yeah. So again, this is still our favorite name, right? Nothing's really changed here. And as soon as there it goes, brand new highs, guys, $2.20. See, you almost don't want it to be doing stuff like that, like popping aggressively and then crashing, So, nice pop though, nice pop. I'm happy that it's behaving like this though, because we know almost everybody is in this one, right? So. So let's see if we can actually break above $2.20, right, and close above it, right? $2.20 would be like your next psychological resistance, right? So let's see. There we go, 222. Yeah, just move those stop losses higher. Be okay? Okay. Just move these stop losses higher. And as much as we've looked at other names, right? There's really only one name, only one favorite, That's this one. For now, at least. Things change. But for now, yeah, this one's done exactly what it needs to do, right? From breakouts to retesting the previous levels. Looks good. And here we go again, 121. 121, 221. Anybody get scared? Don't be scared. Don't be scared. Yep, it is moving up, but you just have resistance at the VWAP, AIFF mark, right? So that level was always going to be resistance. It always is, right? So especially now when you have the golden candle there, always resistance. Okay, back to the favorite again. STKH isn't looking too bad. I think some shorts are covering positions here because it has a high short interest, something like 400 and something percent, right? So testing the highs of the day. There's a bit of a supply zone there at 84 cents though, right? So you're obviously hitting a bit of resistance, a little bit of resistance. We need to start closing some candles above 220. Otherwise, we're going to go back and retest that 207 again. Here we go. 222, 224, 225, brand new highs, 226. Ooh wee. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, can we see 230? Come on. See, this thing's behaving like way too healthy, isn't it? Like slow and steady, right? Sometimes we don't want slow and steady, you know? We want the boom skis. Where are the boom skis? You know? Where is that boom ski candle? You know the one where you're like, how come it's not halted? Yeah, where is it? Anyways, so let's see if we can close some of these candles above $2.20. But again, this one's been very nice, right? So they had news this morning, right? They had so this is the headline for this one. If you're not sure, so this one, already, ovarian cancer news. So fast track FDA. So again, if you saw that, that was posted in Discord at I'm not gonna go back. I'm not gonna go back and tell you when it was posted in Discord, but it was posted at the very beginning before any of the moves happened, right? So again, it was posted at the very beginning in Discord, right? That's why some you can see some people in the chat getting in around $1.20, right? Around $1.20, right? So and then you can see the breakout, which we talked about last Friday in Discord, right? Look for the breakouts, right? So this was a bit of a breakout, right? So this was a breakout. This was the retest. That's exactly what we talked about in the class on Friday, right? So a lot of you guys got in around this price, right? On the breakout and on the retest, and then booms, and we've been pumping ever since, right? And then so cool. So if you're not a member in Discord, you're missing out on the education, right? Like to me, it's not about knowing that oh ALLR is gonna be the name on Tuesday, right? We don't care that it's gonna be the name on Tuesday. It's about working on that strategy. What's the strategy, right? When a stock is moving, what's my strategy? Because I can do whatever I want on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I don't really care, right? So it's about working on that strategy and perfecting it. So when game time comes, right, you're ready. You're ready to cook, right? You know? Yeah? Yeah. Perfect. So and if you haven't watched the class from last Friday, watch that. Cool. Let's see how long we can consolidate above $1.24 here on ALLR. It's kind of nice and slow, isn't it? Which isn't horrible, right? At least it's giving you time to make decisions. You know, you can sit back, relax, make decisions. If you want to join us in Discord, click the link at the bottom of the chat there from Nightbot. Thank you. Right. So 8 a.m. Yep. Right. So again, if you wanna join us in Discord, click the link at the bottom of the chat there from Nightbot and sign up for the Legend Pro, the gold level, and come join us in Discord. Stop missing out. AIFF, again, you can still see that you have resistance. As soon as you cross above like $3.30, you have a lot of resistance. So you're going to need a breakout on this one. STKH, again, still looks okay, but you have that little supply zone at 84 cents. The Hong Kong Police Department is popping a little bit. I don't think that's what it's called, but that's what I call it, right? So HKPD, HK, Hong Kong Police Department. Nice little pops there for Hong Kong Police Department. That was a nice demand zone, wasn't it? Look at that consolidation at the bottom. Look at the green zone. Sheesh. Quite nice, actually. So from the green zone to the red zone, right? Pretty nice pop. Pretty nice pop. This is why it's nice to have the algo on your screen, you know? This is why it's nice. Thank you, Hurricane. Thank you. That's why it's nice to have the algo, because sometimes you just get pointed out to, like, look at that beautiful demand zone, right? Look at that, all morning long, right? To the boomskis. Now you want to be careful at $1.70, because obviously, right, a little bit of resistance there, but that thing is flying Hong Kong. Yeah. So we're coming back for the retest. All right. So that 207 retest there. I'd like to see another higher low above the 50 though. Almost like just strike the 50 higher. Alrighty. But Hong Kong Police Department is not stopping though. They're chasing someone. The police department is investigating criminals that will profit from it. Yeah, that thing is flying. That thing said, supply zone? Nope. Damn. NHD's halted a volatility halt. Those guys did somewhat of an offering this morning too. So interesting. Yeah, that's because it had that resistance new at 84 cents, right? 84 cents. Damn Hong Kong. Hong Kong Police Department. Let's see. Let's go, Carl. You tapped you out. $1,300 in gains. Well done. You know what type of job you have to do to make that in a single day, Carl? It's the one that virus. Anyways, yeah. So well done, right? $1,300 in the morning, and now you can relax and enjoy the rest of the day. Isn't that amazing? Right? Yeah. Isn't that amazing? Daryl, where's the link to join us in Discord? This is the link right there. So scroll up a little bit, the link from Nightbot. Sign up for any level legend and above, Daryl. Once you do, then you get the link to join us in Discord. Looks like ALLR is retesting that 50, right? So that's kind of what I'm looking at there for now. I want to see if we can maintain higher lows above the 50. Alrighty, so this little yellow line you're watching right there, if I can draw a straight line. But anyways, I want to see if we can stay above that. If not, just go back and retest the full demand zone, I guess. But yeah, so we do need some consolidation there. Dang, Hong Kong Police Department is still investigating criminals, I guess. 199. Carl, yeah. Winterfell, yeah. Is it only me that thinks pre-market signal is way less stressful, better prepared, and green before market opens, Carolyn? Yeah, pre-market's obviously like honestly been quite nice. Because I think today, you can look at ALLR, quite simple to follow along with, right? So then the market opens and it's chaos all over the place. So again, watch star 190. This is why it's important, guys. As much as we like something, right? This is why it's important to have those stop losses, and also to just wait for consolidation when it's dipping, right? Wait for consolidation when it's dipping. So let's see if we can stay above the same support here under $1.90. Alrighty. See if we can stay above that same bottoms at $1.90. This one's gonna be like every other stock that we like. As soon as we get to the open, it's frustration. We're back above $2, which is cool. But yeah, so let's see if we can stay above $1.90 and then start curling back to the upside. Again, if you're not sure, just give it a second for a bit of consolidation. Yeah, back to the 200 EMA. Kind of looks the same as ALLR though, right? So where you want to wait for a bit of consolidation here on this thing. This candle needs to close without making a brand new low, and then maybe. And then again, the one that's cooking right now is the Hong Kong Police Department. Someone's on the investigation because that thing is cooking. It's a nice push. PTHL. Well done, Amir. Good job. So again, ALLR is holding that $1.90 for now. See, and again, like it's nice that this thing is slow and steady, but it's equally as annoying, you know? Should you buy it, Mr. Bada? No. Why? Because you missed it. Alrighty? Wait for a dip or something like that. When I yeah, there you go. Yup. I knew as soon as he said that, a lot of people would jump in, right? So a lot of you guys made monies on that. AIFF said, "Hey guys, I dipped to the 50 and then I popped. I dipped to the 50 and then I made brand new highs." Yeah. So yeah, watch that double top there for now. It looks like it's gonna close above it though in the next 20 seconds. But AIFF doesn't look too bad. Again, ALLR is being annoying still, but it's still holding right at the bottom. So hopefully we continue to stay above that and make some higher highs. AIFF though, oof, that thing said, don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. I'm gonna cook. Sheesh. That's a very nice pop. Kel, did you get into this one? Let's go. Good. Good. Amir, I agree. Those stop losses are very nice. Good to have. Yeah. 28, 328. Good job, Kel. Move that stop loss up. Yeah, so the reason we say don't get into Hong Kong Police Department is because it's had so many green candles now, and it's starting to stall around $1.90. You don't want to be getting in there, right? So let it dip and consolidate, and then you can make a decision. That was actually a really nice dip and cross back above. Yeah, you did. I mean, that kind of saved you, Don Nikolai. That saved you. Uh, oh, AIFF. You got in at 320 and then you pressed the sell button by mistake at 318. Yeah, that's annoying. Keep your hands away from the sell button. Yeah, that was a beautiful play there on that dip. Anyways, ALLR is still holding that 190, so as long as we stay above that level, I don't mind. It would be good though if that thing can push back to the upside and break out, right? Yeah, because the longer we sit here, the more annoying it gets, right? Obviously, you can tell that people like breakouts more than they like anything else. So that thing needs to start pushing back to the upside. Kel, hopefully you took your gains on this thing in that red zone, supply zone, because they just slapped it back to 320. Um, yeah. My goodness, they slapped that thing from resistance. Sheesh. You were watching to add? 375. Let's go, Lion. Let's go. Good job, X. Maybe now that that one's selling on, maybe the money is gonna come back to ALLR, right? So still holding that $1.90, testing 209. I think needs to start behaving like now. Your average is 625 for Neo. Why do I feel like that's not a good average? um, yeah. What about open? What's your question for open? Okay, can we get moving here? Oh no 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 no. Okay. Can we get moving? What's the S&P doing, virus? We are red. Surprisingly, we're green. That thing got slapped, and now you're sitting at a triple top again. I think the markets are just as confused as. We also have Nvidia earnings coming up, right? Um, these guys recently had a split. So these guys recently had a split, and I don't know why they've done I mean, I guess we know why they've done a split because obviously below a dollar, but that float was already 2.28 million. That split was already 2.28 million, right? So it wasn't a massive split, it looked like, but that's a pretty small float now. Just keep this one on the watch list. Um, keep this one on the watch list, AKAN, AKAN, if it breaks out. I think the breakouts is going to be what, like, drives it, or if they have a catalyst at some point. Yeah, these splits usually pop at some point, right? So the newest split stock. So just again keep it on the watch list for now. Hong Kong Police Department said, "Hello, I gave you a dip. Did you take it? I gave you the dip skis." Shish, what's going on in Hong Kong, guys? That thing is cooking. 209. My goodness. Hong Kong Police Department. Flying 207. Flying. You did 170. Good job. There you go. They're finished investigating. They're making the arrest now. Absolutely. Carolyn says, for your team, including Dr. Rob and the rest of the family in Discord, for always answering our silly questions. Let's go. High five, everybody. High five. Love it. Rob, thank you very much. Alrighty. Thank you. I think you need to start sleeping, but your insomnia is a benefit for now. You need to sleep. Alrighty. But thank you very much. And good job, everybody. Alrighty. Helping each other. I like it, especially in pre-market. You know. So again, ALLR is still holding the bottom of the range. We like the stock obviously, but super slow, right? So again, anything close to $1.90 has been holding for now, but that thing needs to get pushing to the upside, or eventually people are gonna get tired. Yeah, there you go. Larry, good morning. Hello. uh, yeah. So yeah, again, obviously, just keep moving those stop losses higher, guys, on a name like HKPD, please, and then go from there. Looks like we're kind of holding the. We never quite got to the 200 EMA there, but holding above for now, though. Like ALLR looks like it's about to go, and then it just fails, and then it comes back down. But again, as long as we stay above that to $1.90, then that's okay. Why was the actual Hong Kong Police Department pumping? Price must be getting really good. Yeah, exactly, right? Look at that. Out of nowhere, this thing was just chilling in pre-market, right? In the green zone, demand zone. And then the market opened and then it broke out and then everybody got excited. So again, this stock isn't called Hong Kong Police Department, by the way, guys. It's called Hong Kong Pharma Digital Technology Holdings Limited, aka I'm not gonna finish it. uh yeah. Transportation, air freights, and anyways. So basically use your imagination. But yeah, it's not actually Hong Kong Police Department. I'm just calling it because it's HKPD. So like LAPD. Yeah. But now we might as well call it Hong Kong Police Department because that thing is cooking. There goes 210, brand new highs of the day. Shish. Yeah. HKPD for the criminals. Thank you, Dan. Now can they not crash the markets anymore? And then so it looks like look at that, right? This is the frustration with a name that's not breaking out when it's supposed to, is eventually people get tired of it, right? Eventually people get annoyed, right? And then they slap it. Yeah. So when you're watching something like those, it's nice to have dips, right? But we also need to be curling like right away and breaking out, right? Because I think people look around and they're like, "Oh, I'm still stuck in this one. Like I'm green, but I'm still in here, right? What's going on?" Eventually, like the more you see other names cook, like Hong Kong Police Department, people eventually move on, right? AKAN is slowly curling here, which is nice, right? So we just looked at this one at 370. Again, it's nothing too crazy, um, right? But AKAN is looking interesting there with that low float. And HKPD, right? So Hong Kong is just cooking. Mm, 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 mm. There we go. There we go. So yeah, you can see that there's a bit of a supply zone above 220 there. 220. Yeah, can is slowly pushing up there. Anybody get in on a can? Yeah. A can. 420. What do you to get back in? Um, I think we mentioned if we break below 190, then you're kind of looking for closer to between that 170 and 180, right? So the reason we said that earlier is because we had the view app sitting there, and also that last level in the morning, like that last dip, right? You can see that was kind of the trampoline level there. So let's see if we can stay above that. Right? This seems like one of those stocks that we talk about every day that are annoying and they keep going down and coming back up. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. Jason, are you in a position? There goes a can, brand new highs there. Mm. I can and I will. Oh yeah, perfect. You're not in? Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that thing's still stuck around $1.90 anyways. So we shall see. And the Hong Kong Police Department is like, hey, I'm the captain. We just keep cooking. We just keep cooking. 222. Open just broke $5. Okay, good. Open. Looks like we're curling up the 200, the 200 EMA there as well, for the 200 EMA, for STKH. Open does look good, right? Open seems to run like every day now. Every day Open's running. The issue is yesterday we were above these same levels, right? So we always seem to pump and crash. So Open's become a really nice scalp stock, like the go-to scalp, right? A few pennies here and there. That would have been a really good scalp, actually. Yeah, easy for the goat members because you can see it quite easily. To say yeah, failing at Hong Kong's failing at that little supply zone at the top there. So 225. Good morning, Jim. Could you send me a link to join the community, Jim? Sure. Yeah, Jim. Okay, there you go, Jim. At the bottom of the chat. Yeah, so I think you have a bit of resistance at 520 for this one too. Yeah, that's the last high from yesterday, before the market closed for open. That level right there is kind of where you're failing at. So 515 to 520 if you're watching and playing with this, that's your next resistance. ALLR is dipping right into that range, right into the range. I feel like we're still gonna play with this thing as long as we stay above the 200 EMA, right? So for now, the 180 to 170 range is where we're at. Almost wanted to dip to the 200, but we'll see. Back to Hong Kong, retesting the supply zone 225. Why don't we like IVVD? Because there's nothing to like about it. Like there's literally nothing to like about this, right? So, and you could tell right away in pre-market, like coming into the open, we were already below the 200 EMA. As soon as we go below the 200 EMA, off the list, right? Especially when the market, is was still like earlier in pre-market, the market hasn't even open yet. We're dropping like this off the list. But now you do have a bit of a demand zone at 80 cents. So if you want to take a gamble there, George, maybe you can, right? So, but this thing clearly looks super weak, right? Because we don't like it. Yeah, it looked good earlier. Like it looked good last night, right? Last night we were talking about this. It looked really good, right? After hours, pre-market, it looked equally as nice, and then boom skis, right? And then we hit a high of $1.50, and then the rest is history. It just looked like garbage after that. So for now, watch 80 cents, George. But such good volume, yeah. But you can't really look at it that way, though, right? This volume at 88 million came from last night. This morning, it's buying and it's also dumping, right? So it goes both ways. So yeah, really good volume, right? For now, watch 88 cents right there. If it can stay above, 80 cents, right? If it can stay above this level, George, you have a chance. If it breaks below that level, right? So yeah, and that's something that people usually get confused about. They're like, hey, this is really good volume. Like, yes, it is, right? But the volume is not the end of the world, is it? Right? If a stock is crashing with a lot of volume, it doesn't mean you go watch it, right? Price action is more important sometimes than the volume. So for now, it's sitting at support. So as long as you stay above 80 cents, you have a chance. So if you want to take a gamble, that's not a horrible level as long as you stay above it. Cool. Anyways, back to the Hong Kong Police Department, guys. For which ones would it be? Extreming? Probably wouldn't be a single stock then. It would be somewhat of an ETF that has a whole bunch of stocks in them. Um, yeah. Going to $25. Well, how about $2.50 first, Dennis? Yeah, extreming 90. If I had to, I would most likely just pick. I would pick like a Bitcoin ETF. I would pick like an aggressive technology ETF, right? I would do like a QQQ. I would do like an IBIT, and then I would maybe find something else somewhere to diversify, you know. Um, but yeah, 80 years is a lot of time to just pick a single stock and stay in it, you know. You know what's crazy is Nvidia wasn't that big of a deal. Like if you go back before 2020, like Nvidia wasn't that big of a deal. COVID, Nvidia still wasn't that big of a deal. 2022, Nvidia still wasn't that big of a deal, right? So things change so much. But now Nvidia is one of the big, so yeah, that's because we're sitting in that next zone there. So it's trying to bounce up that level, Michael, right? Trying to hold up that level. And open is going for brand new highs of the day here. Brand new highs of the day. Looking for single stock for a long term that you can keep besides it. Yeah. The other thing too though, extreming, is if you're holding like those names, you're most likely like so you're overlapping in a sense, right? Those names are probably being held in the same ETF. And also honestly, this just isn't the time at all-time highs to look. So when the markets do dip, we're gonna get a dip at some point now or mid-September to October. We always do, right? Then you can see which of these names like have actually had an aggressive sell-off. Like if Nvidia has a massive crash, or Palantir, right? One of those names that you've done enough research on that you believe will be here in the long run, go ahead and do that, right? So at all-time highs though, when you already have positions in those names, I would maybe just give it a second. Wait for the next solid dip in the market and then do that. Alrighty, extreming. Can you believe Hong Kong just hit a brand new high again? To 120%. 120%. Al, good morning. Sheesh. Type yes in the chat if you FOMOed into Hong Kong Police Department. I'd be surprised if a whole bunch of you guys didn't FOMO into this. Because this was a really sweet run. Like a pretty nice run. Pretty nice run. You're welcome, Extreming. Welcome. Yeah, there goes brand new highs again, right? So $2.50, your next potential target there. There we go. Going for it. You did, George? See, there you go. Hong Kong Police Department. How could you not want to FOMO into this? Right? Just flying. There we go. In and out, Sky. Good job. Well, at least you're green now, George. That's all that matters. So again, yeah, just be careful as we approach $2.50 here, guys, with that supply zone. Right? You're gonna see some profit taking going on there. So just be mindful there, please. But really beautiful run though. Really good run in this. Again, ALLR is still holding that last bottom that we put there. So between 170 and 180. Let's see if we can continue to hold and curl. Again, there goes IVVD. George, did you take your position? Right, that wasn't a bad spot, right? 80 cents. As long as it stays above 80 cents, you have a chance, right? So it looks like it's done a good job holding that bottom there. So maybe. You're in? Okay, there you go. Yeah, stay green, right? Don't let it go below that level. Pre-market? Oh, I see. So you're red in that position then. You're in, Carl? Okay. IVVD. You're holding a bag? That's why you were asking about the volume. Yeah. And so like honestly to me, I would have rather you sold that position and then you could have saw something like this and say, you know what, maybe that looks like a double bottom. It's a demand zone, right? Let me try it again and recover my monies back. But at least this time, you're it's easy for you to make your money back. You know, you know. So it looks like we failed at right below 250 for now for HKPD. Obviously, like you're looking at it now and seeing that there's a supply zone there, so um, that level is going to be a bit of a problem. That explain this very well, so you can learn more about it. Yeah, we do like streaming. So I think the only downside to that though is we have all of those videos recorded and they're in Discord, so you have to become a member to join us in Discord, and then you can watch all of the beginner stuff, and then get some help from the community. Yeah, so hopefully some of you guys took some profits for this thing, guys. Right? Again, 120% is pretty nice. That was a pretty nice pump, right? From the green zone to the boom skis. And now you're having a retest. So it looks like the Hong Kong Police Department, they've made the arrest, and someone's been locked up. Anyways, ALLR is back to 190 now. Again, super slow and super annoying, right? 192. So we held the bottom of the range, and back to 193. Good. Be okay. Good, good, good. Good job. Good jobs. I think the reason why this is behaving like this is because Hong Kong Police Department, right? We talk about this every morning. Like the name that we like, it doesn't really matter if it's not breaking out, right? So because people at some point are gonna look around and say, wait, Hong Kong Police Department is exploding. Why am I sitting in this one, right? So then people sell the other one and FOMO into this one, and then when this one starts dropping, they potentially go back to the other one, right? So there goes 194 for ALLR. Uh, Yoma, if you want to join us in Discord, click the link at the bottom of the chat there from Nightbot. Righty? So click that link at the bottom of the chat. Sign up for the level that says Legend or anything above that. When you do, then I'll send you the link in the chat. Cool? So yeah, click that link at the bottom of the chat there from Nightbot. 195. ALLR. 197, 198, $2. That's a pretty nice comeback, isn't it? Right? So $1.75 to back to $2, which isn't horrible. Not horrible at all. 206. Whoo, 207. Damn. They said 210, 220. Oh my. Oh, damn. Okay. Damn. Okay. 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 Well, halted up. Actually, no, not halted up. uh, damn. 142% on that pop there. Sheesh. My goodness. See, it's because Hong Kong Police Department took over, guys. Right? Boom skis. That was a perfect bottom, by the way. That was a perfect bottom. Type yes in the chat if you're still in ALLR. So we're potentially hitting a double top here, though. So be careful, please. Right around like 230, double tops. Type yes in the chat if you're still in this one. Look at this, guys. Hong Kong Police Department goes down, right? And then now ALLR pops. Is that a surprise? It's really not, right? So we like these names at the open, but then if something else is cooking, people are gonna go to the exciting one and then come back, right? So this was a pretty sweet level, wasn't it? Right? Pretty sweet level there. Consolidating, coming back around. Boomskis, Ahmad. Again, if you're a GOAT member, guys, if you're a GOAT member, this was pretty easy, right? Because you can see the entry. So, anyways, for now you have some double tops. I'm glad we're back to the top though. I'm glad we're back to the high there. Now we can hopefully start to create some higher lows and then push back up. Yeah. Mario 184. to 223. Give me a high five. Well done. 179. Good job, Eric. Yeah, 180 to 170. That was a good spot, wasn't it? Grant, good job. I like it. Koma, you've been cooking, just cooking. Amy, good job. So again, a bit of a double top here, so be mindful, right? So resistance one, resistance two. So we're gonna need to break above that level there. Alrighty, we're gonna need to break above that level there if we want to keep flying here. 188 to $2. Alex has been on fire as well. Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. So, and again, I don't mind this retest now just because we've reclaimed $2. It would be nice to consolidate again and push back above 220, you know? But yeah. As soon as Hong Kong Police Department started dying, that one said, "Thanks guys. I'm back." Right? You notice how nothing else is cooking right now? I mean, IVVD is still slowly coming back to life, but that's not really cooking, is it? Right? So as soon as everybody is, done with all the other exciting names, they come back to this. George, you're holding a bag on that. It would have been a good play if you got in at around 80 cents. You criminal. You criminal. Epics. Epics doesn't look too horrible. 400 daily hits. Good job, Eric. Well done. That happened so quickly too, which is nice. Which is very nice. This is what we expected from this stock today. It just had to go down and then come back and do that. And I'm really surprised it didn't get halted on the way up there. It looked like it was halted for a second. But no. Okay, let's push back up, please. There's nothing else moving. Like, there's no need to be going down again, There's no need for this. There's no need for this. Jim, you're welcome. Don't forget to smash a like, guys, if you haven't already. I would really appreciate that. It's free and it really helps. So take a second and smash a like. Less than half of you guys have smashed a like. Like when I say less than half, I mean like less than half. So I would really appreciate that. Take a second, smash a like. Hit that subscribe if you're new to the channel. And again, if you want to join us in Discord, click that link at the bottom of the chat there from Nightbot and come join us. Yeah, Jeff. Are you watching Open about to bounce up 207? Yeah, watching Open. Open had that resistance at 225. The reason we had that resistance is because of that last night high. But you're looking for 207, Jeff? Hmm. Are you in a position? Let me know if you are, Jeff. Yeah. You're holding Hong Kong Police Department and AIF. Carlos, you're losing on those two names. There's no way you should be losing on those two names, right? Because Hong Kong Police Department just kept cooking and cooking and cooking, and then we said, "Hey guys, be careful at $2.50. It's a supply zone, right?" There is no way you should be right in that position. If you are Carlos, you need to spend time in the education channel, right? You could have played the breakouts from the last Friday class, but there's no way you should be jumping in when it's also crashing down, right? AIFF was kind of the same thing, right? Again, into the red zone. Why? Right? So the only way you're losing on this if you FOMOed in the red zones on these two names. Anyways, back to ALLR here. Okay, let's get back above 220. Let's go. Dividends. Yeah. Carlos, yeah, spend time in the education section. Watch the class from last Friday, please. Alrighty. Pretty please. I'm gonna post that video as well in the I'm gonna post that video from the class on Friday in the new trader education section as well. Alrighty. Because okay. Let's go, Andy. Let's go. What did you play with, Andy? You played with ALLR, right? Beautiful. Beautiful, Andy, right? This is what happens when people invest in themselves, right? Andy made $1,000 on Monday. How much did you make today, Andy? Right? Andy and I had a one-on-one. Andy became a gold member. Andy and I had a one-on-one on Friday, and then on Monday he made $1,000, right? And then today's Tuesday. right? Yeah. What's plan A? Well, plan A is a secret for the gold members, unfortunately. 800, look at that, guys. 800 dollars, right? So Andy's making well above what he pays for the gold membership every single day, right? So when you see Andy say I made plan A, yeah, that's something for the gold members. Well done, Andy. Well done, skis. Love it. Anyways, yeah. So if you're not a gold member, well, we can't give all the secrets away on stream. Some secrets need to be for the gold members, for the people that are willing to take the next step. And when they do, they get paid. Yeah. And what? And thrust. Come on now. There we go. So again, ALLR. Let's see if we can stay above $2 this time and push back above 220. IT can't give away all those secrets on. Yeah, Troy. Yes. Let's go, Mark. Come on. Let's go. Yep. Love it. My Hong Kong. Yeah, it looks like it's trying to consolidate off the 50 there, which is nice. So yeah, watch $1.90. If HKPD can stay above that level, that might not be too bad actually. Yeah. So this little zone here around $1.90, which is nice because if you look to the left hand side, this was a breakout spot and also like a double top breakout spot and then a retest consolidation spot. Right? Beautiful. Love it. Yeah, that looks good there if it can stay above. Let's go, Dustin. Come on now. Love it. Yeah, I like what the gold I like when the gold members cook because we do put a lot of effort into that. So come on, Martin, do better, please. Will, welcome back to Discord. Welcome back. Let me know if you need an invite, Will. I don't think you do, but let me know if you do. So nice little bouncy bounce there. Is more like $1,200 US. Yes. Yeah. Especially with the US dollar getting weaker yesterday when Trump, decided that he wanted to, you know, fire the Fed, governor. Yeah. See what happens, Carlos. Good, 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 good. I'm glad it's coming back up though. That's good. What's your entry price, Carlos? Yeah. So that's a good stop loss. Well done. Right. So this is what I mean. Like, there's no reason for you to do this. Like, what's the point of you buying here, guys? What's this? You just like violence? Like, what's that? You just like trouble, right? Whereas, look at what's happening here, right? Think about it, right? When you see fat red candles on the way down, what the hell are you doing? What are you doing, guys? When you see fat red candles on the way down, what are you doing, right? Versus, look at what's happening right here. Look, like smaller candles, you have some green candles in there as well. It's consolidating in the same spot, right? It's a retest of a level, right? Even if you do end up messing up, like, you limit your risk because you can put a stop loss right below, right? Usually what happens is people say, oh, I got in right there and I didn't have time to put a stop loss because it was dropping too much. Why the hell are you buying when it's dropping in the first place, right? So let it consolidate so you have a bit of time. Falling knife specialist, exactly. Like, it's crashing like a rock. Why are you trying to catch it? So yeah, again, wait for a little bit of consolidation. Like, it's sitting there for 5 minutes. Maybe you have a chance. It doesn't guarantee success, right? But at least if it's holding a specific level, you're like, okay, maybe I have a chance. Maybe, right? And even if it doesn't, your stop loss is right below, right? And then you get a bit of a bounce. So stop catching those knives, please. Raven. Good morning, Raven. How are you? Yep, exactly, Tony. So again, always wait for a bit of consolidation, right? Always wait for a little bit of consolidation. You at least give yourself a chance. A little bit of hope, if nothing else, a little bit of hope. Good, Sam. Good, right? Like it's one thing to just see a stock falling like a rock and you're like, "Oh, I want to jump in because oh my goodness, I feel so pretty. I feel pretty today, so I want to catch the stock that's falling." No, like just let it sit there, right? Give it a second, you know? Give it a second, right? And again, most of the time when you see something go back up, it's usually consolidating. So look at this, right? Look at even this one, right? ALLR, right? Like when the stock is crashing like this on the left, right? Like let me see if I can get a marker. So right there, there's no need for you to touch it, right? But maybe right here, you can see that you have a chance. It's trying to consolidate, right? So now when it curls up, you can easily put a stop loss at break even or at breaking below this level, right? There's no need for you to touch this, but when it's trying to hold, right? Maybe you can it's turning around. At least you have a chance, right? That obviously isn't the plan A. You're better off waiting for what we talked about. But anyways, um, hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. Hopefully, just a little bit. IVVD's been doing well, George, right? Doing a little bit better after consolidating at 80 cents. So almost retesting a dollar. George, what's your entry price on this? What's your entry price on this one? So again, not a bad comeback, right? You should be green. If you're not green, George, if you're not green on this position, you deserve a slap. You deserve a slap because you most likely promote at. You don't want to know. Oh my days, George. Oh my days. You caught the falling knife, didn't you? Unbelievable. Uh, to start building the barn. Okay, time to get busy before the snow falls. Yeah, exactly, Raven. Yeah, winter is coming. Winter is coming. Open resistance. Yeah, open is a scalp play, right? Open doesn't seem like a diamond hand type play because it's always going up and back down. So scalps. Looks like we're consolidating and trying to hold the 200 EMA here for AIFF, right? Everything just seems like a scalp lately, doesn't it? Hong Kong Police Department still holding above there. And then ALLR, we would like for this thing to break out and actually cook. But it's so slow. Like so slow, it's not even funny, right? And there goes a retest of the 200 EMA there. A Hutchins barbecue at the barn. Love it. La 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 la. Ah, there we go. So the construction company can start the build. Damn, that's a lot of work, Raven. You're gonna be so happy though when it's all completed. Ah, will there be cookies? Yeah, Troy. We need cookies. I pissing me off. There's no reason this shouldn't be cooking. I agreed. There's no reason why ALLR should not be flying. Like there's literally no reason why this stock shouldn't be exploding, right? So we're just playing a lot of games here. It's been a while. My wife brought me scrambled eggs with sirloin steak. Oof, that looks amazing, Dan. ah, that looks amazing. So again, $2.30 is your resistance for ALLR. Alrighty, that's your resistance up there. So it's really fighting. You can tell it wants to go, right? There's no reason for it to not be cooking, but the damn thing just wants to be annoying. That's Dan's breakfast, by the way. I'm hungry. I'm hungry, guys. GSIW. There's a lot of hype on social media about GSIW. GSIW. We've obviously played with this one in the past. Stuff like that would need to break out above a dollar, above 10 cents. This is like the next cheap, exciting name. Hmm, interesting. I'll come back to that. Let me take a look at Spy. Spy. I mean, at least we're slightly green today. I don't see a catalyst for it though. It's a Hong Kong stock. That's why. But again, I don't know if that's enough of a catalyst, but it needs to break 10 cents. They're like, oh, Hong Kong Police Department's cooking. What's the next sympathy play? Yeah. Stuff like that, you just want to put it on your watch list and look for a breakout. Other than that, though, it's, yeah. Sold my second car over the weekend, using that money to keep growing my trading account. Here's to not needing to hitchhike. Stupidest trader. Sounds good. Don't lose the monies. Alrighty. Don't lose the monies. Mm, 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 mm. That was a good scalp zing. So 187 out at 221. Yeah, no, that's a good scalp, especially when you can tell like ALLR has a lot of resistance. As soon as we get to 220 to 230, there's nothing wrong with taking some those gains, right? Nothing wrong with that at all. Yeah, nothing wrong with that at all. Uh, streaming, was it extreming? Extreming, are you still in the kick chat? Ozzy says, when you sign up for Legend, can you learn more about making the correct type of order? Yes, Ozzy. If nothing else, the members will help you. Like if you ask, there's a video in the education section that talks about, like if you scroll up to the education section, there's a video in there that talks about order types. But if you're not sure, you can either use the Chat GPT in Discord, or you can just ask the members in Discord as well. So yes, 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 yes. There's a bit of resistance at 215 here for HKPD, so that thing needs to break. Let's go, Aussie. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, can we break out? Can something break out, guys? Something give us the breakout. See, like ALLR is gonna be one of those names where like in a little bit we're either gonna be so annoyed. Like you're gonna be annoyed that you didn't sell that resistance, or you're gonna be annoyed that you saw that resistance. Because that thing will either pump, or you're gonna be like, duh, obviously that's a triple top. Why, But yeah. IMG. Yeah. Ibrahim, a good entry looking at this now. Was all the way down there between that 180, 170. Right? Because right here, it looks good if you're in a position. It looks okay if you're in a position, but this is a confusing spot, right? We're either going to drop or we're going to pop. So this is more of a 50-50 spot here, right? The support around $2 for now, right? So the closer we get to $2, hopefully we stay above it. But this is definitely a 50-50 spot. We can easily bounce off this demand zone and shoot back above 220 and then go. But if we do drop below that, then you're looking for, back to the bottom again, which isn't what we want, obviously. Obviously. uh, Yeah, that was an aggressive candle, wasn't it? That was aggressive. Aggressive. So it looks like it's an inverse, like it's a fight between HKPD. Look at this, right? HKPD is the inverse of what, like, ALLR is doing, right? Almost the moving opposite, and they have been. Right? So HKPD is breaking above the little downtrend there. So 215 being broken. So one goes down, the other one goes up, right? So ALLR is still going down here, and Hong Kong Police Department's like, hey guys, hello, hi, I'm back, right? So they're doing the complete opposite. HKPD. There we go, 228. That was a nice 50 test, actually, right? Really good test. Trump says Cracker Barrel should go back to old logo. Can Trump do his job? Asking for a friend. Can he do his job and stop minding everybody else's business? Cracker Barrel should go back to old logo. Yeah. So there we go, retesting that supply zone for HKPD. Yeah. Jason, the Hong Kong Police Department, HKPD. Right? So this one's going down and the other one's going up. So when this one decides to go down, then maybe oof. Look at that, guys. Hong Kong. Brand new highs. Damn, Hong Kong. Wow. That thing said, let me test that 250 again. So 250 was our last resistance there, right? So we're testing the double tops. Sheesh. KB, he needs to sleep. Trump just needs to go take a nap. Go rest. Yeah. Go rest. Mark, it's easier that way. It's more fun that way. Hong Kong Police Department to the rescue. Yeah. Type yes in the chat if you're still in HKPD. So again, you can see the difference between catching a knife and consolidating at the bottom, right? Huge difference. Yeah, huge difference, right? Don't catch the knife on the way down. Wait for a bit of consolidation, right? And if you're a gold member, where's Andy? Where's Tony? Right? If you're a gold member, you probably got into this. Easy monies on this one. Alrighty, so and then there goes the double top. Yeah, you're about to sell. Let's go. Yeah, so $2.50 resistance. Again, every time this one goes up, ALLR goes down, right? Like the complete opposite, right? So maybe when this one goes down, the other one's gonna go back up. Well done, CM. There you go. George, why do you only play with the ones that are like, you know what I mean? Why? Why? Mm-mm-mm-mm. Money rotating. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I again, we're gonna keep going back and forth between those two names because I don't think ALLR is completely done yet. But it would have been nice if we didn't have a triple top up there. But this is why, like, I will never judge anybody for selling at resistance, like, ever. Because when you see resistance right there, it's clearly a problem. As much as we hope we break out, sometimes you just have to take those gains at resistance, right? So let's hope we can go back up. We kind of mentioned this one earlier, GSIW. Let's see if we can consolidate above 10 cents. And then Hong Kong is going to need to break above 250 for that next push. Like break and actually close above it. Yeah. $2.50. 235 cm. Good job. Well done. Good jobs. Mm, 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 Good. There we go. Perfect. Do, 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 do. 235. So then, I mean, I don't know if we can really count those as two red candles, but yeah, we need a breakout. Yep. So for now, though, again, people are just going back and forth between these two names, which is nice because we know the two names, we like the two names, right? So, what is the ideal price to jump in a stock? Al, again, there's so much more that goes into that than just saying what's the ideal price to jump into a stock, right? There's so much more that goes into that. Right? Like even when we do a class, like even when I do a one-on-one session, like it literally takes me like an hour, right? To finally get someone to a point where I'm like, okay, you know what? I feel like I've explained enough, right? Like an hour. Even though I say 45 minutes, like it's always an hour probably, right? So when we do a one-on-one, like it takes me an hour to be like, okay, do this and do this and do this and do this and then look at this and then look at this and they're like, okay, this and then this. I'm like, yeah, right. It takes an hour. So when you say, hey, what's a good time to jump in a stock? There's no way that I'm even remotely interested in, starting to talk about that on stream, Yeah, work. Exactly. Right. So there are a lot of educational videos in Discord that can, kind of help. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Tony. So again, do yourself a favor. If you're not sure, do yourself a favor. Invest in yourself. We keep saying that as we're joking, but um, yeah. For now, yeah. Based on technical analysis, exactly, Dan. Exactly. There's so much more. So much more, right? For example, we just talked about consolidating on HKPD, right? We just talked about this, right? And then we talked about breakouts on Friday on stream and in the class, right? Now we're sitting at a double top here. So $2.50 resistance. Let's go, Alex. Let's go. Well done. Yeah. And guess what? As soon as this one's dipping, we're getting tiny bit of a maybe. This one needs to start bouncing there. IVVD still looks good, right, George? So hopefully that thing can keep recovering for you. But again, this shouldn't be a surprise to anybody, should it? No, it's a red zone. It's a double top. It's $2.50. There's no need for anybody to be holding a bag in this. Right? There's just no need. Right? So it's stalling. It's T-Rexing. It's a red zone. There's a golden candle. Like there's so much that goes on, right? And guess what? Guess what's popping, guys? Guess what's popping? ALLR is now popping. Right? Look at that. Look at that. Right? They're just the complete two opposite stocks. One goes down, the other one goes up. So, which isn't bad because we know that. One crashes, the other one says, okay, my turn, my turn, my turn, guys. My turn. Almost in the exact moment, Jason. Yeah, right? Here we go, 214. I mean, I would have expected more than that, more than a 10-cent pop. Okay. 212. we're going to arrest you. Exactly. Right? So there's always more, like we keep saying this as we're joking, but that's why you sold exactly, Pyro, right? Exactly. Right? Exactly, Bala. You always have to practice. Absolutely. Practice, practice, practice. Any brand new thing you learn, there's going to be that element of practice so you're comfortable, right? But again, we always say like technical analysis is like reading a storybook, right? Nicholas? Okay, good. Um, like it's like reading a storybook, right? You get to the top, you're like, okay, last time we got here, what happened? We got slapped, right? So maybe we're going to do it again. Okay, maybe that's not it, right? Okay, we have a red zone. What does the red zone mean? Well, we know what this red zone means, right? What does the yellow candle mean? The yellow candle usually means exhaustion, right? Opposite, whichever direction it's going in, it should reverse that move. So now you have three things. Then you have the stalling, right? Stalling right there. So multiple warning signs there for that. IVVD is popping there still, testing the 200 EMA. So that looks good, right? So 101, 200 EMA. So just be mindful of the 200 EMA there. But that 80 cents would have been really nice, right, George? So next time, be patient, please. Be patient. Patience, patience. So 101. Perfect. Unbelievable, Dad. Unbelievable. Anyways, we need something to cook so we can ignore Dan's comments in the chat. Please and thank you. Something go up. Can you do that ALLR? Can you pop, please? ah. Um. Come on. Yeah, we're creating a bit of a downtrend there. ah. Troy, don't laugh. Don't support this behavior, please. Don't support this behavior, please. At this rate, Keegan, by next year, we're when Discord is gonna be VIP only. Like no new members. You know, and then we can just stream in Discord. That time is gonna come, right? Where like we only stream in Discord and no new members, right? Yeah. Koma, well done. Look at that, $800 gain. And Keegan, Nicholas, you see that? Anyways, well done, Koma. Yeah, $800 is nice. $800 is nice. I like it. Yeah, for some reason, ALLR has created that downtrend and it's having a hard time reclaiming that level. IVVD, yeah, you're just struggling at the 200 EMA now, so it needs to break above. As long as I'm not talking too much. Yeah. No, Martin, do better. Let's go, Joel. Look at that, right? Have a good day. I made $460 today before my second cup of coffee at 7 a.m. Only since the open. Beautiful, Joel. Good job. Look at that. Nicholas, are you seeing that? Congratulations. Well done. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Mm, 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 mm. Second cup of coffee. I mean, George, that's what happens when you wake up at 4 a.m. in the morning, like a true criminal, and you cook all morning long, then you need coffee, you know? uh, since the open. Mm. Dogs halted up. Not a whole lot of volume though, but it's halted up. DOGZ. Uh, Bilal, you need to go to bed earlier. You can't just go to bed at the same time I wake up at 4 a.m., You need to go to bed earlier. Or you need to be like Dr. Insomnia. Mr. Insomnia. In the market, yeah, it's halted up. Not sure why it's halted up. There's not a whole lot of volume, blah, 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 but halted up though. And again, ALLR is just playing a lot of silly games here, which is kind of annoying. I was hoping that thing would have broken out by now, but a lot of silly games there. So again, this is what I mean, right? Like you never have regrets for selling at resistance, right? Triple tops, the one and only. Let's go. And AIFF, yeah, nice bounce of the demand zone and the 200 EMA again, right? So good pop. It's a really nice pop actually, right? So again, right, when you like these names, there's no need to catch them. Look at this, guys. Why are you catching the knife on the way down? Why are you catching the knife on the way down? Right? Versus now you can see a demand zone, a triple bottom, a 200 EMA test, right? Sometimes you want to take the gamble. Take the gamble at the level that's been proven, right? If you're going to take a gamble, take it at a level that's been proven. Every single one of these stocks we've looked at, right? Every single one has bounced. It's been fun. Like it's been super, super exciting, but it's also dipped to a level where you're like, okay, I feel safer, right? Because often people feel like, oh my goodness, I'm gonna miss out. I'm missing out. It's going without me, and then it crashes from the island. No, from the village X, from the village, right? Like even IVV, right? IVVD, right? Look at this, like crash, and then a little bit of support, right? All of these stocks we can often find a level where you're like, okay, that's not too bad, right? So try not to FOMO. Yep, exactly, Tony, exactly. Right? Even it like HKPD, like look at that, crashing and consolidating, retesting a breakout, right? And now we're doing the same thing again. So let's see if we can stay above. The benefit to that is even if we do break down, at least you see a bit of consolidation, and then you can put a stop loss below, right? If you get in right there, if you get in right there on the way down, and your stop loss hits, you just lost a lot of money, right? If you get in at the bottom, right there, I'm not saying that you should, and you put a stop loss below and your stop loss hits, smaller risk, right? Bigger risk when you catch a knife, smaller risk when it's consolidating, right? So that's the benefit. Not that you're guaranteed to make money, right? You're never guaranteed to make money. West Africa X, right? You're never guaranteed to make monies, but you can limit the risk though, right? And you can create better chances of you winning. Is all. You can increase those odds. Works with a bit of a catalyst there. Healthcare data, blah 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 blah. Works. Uh, from the emails. 211 again. I'm telling you, like ALLR is gonna be the frustrating stock of the day. There's always one. There's always one. Always one annoying stock that we somehow like. TNFA. Yep. I think Raven posted that in Discord as well. TNFA. Mm, yeah, a little bit of volume there. Supply at resistance at 9 cents. Hmm. Okay. A clue? I don't know if I have one. X. Oh, come on, Troy. Don't ruin it, please. Can we go back up? Have a great day, Tam. Have a wonderful rest of the day. IVVD is not beast mode. Not yet. I mean, it has done really well, right? Yeah. I don't know if I have one, X. Yeah, exactly, Rob. Yesterday with the caps. Yeah, that's a crazy. Yeah, that so CRML just had news and the stock just got halted up. And CRML. No, 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 no. Defense funded rare earth processing. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah, stuff like this though it's yeah, stuff like this is annoying. Ah, yeah. Hmm. Yeah, so ALLR still playing games here. Yup. See, stuff like this is pretty silly, isn't it? Like when you drop like that to support like $1.90 and then recover right away. There's some scam behavior going on there. Stuff like that can be telling though. Like when you have massive wicks on the way down and then it recovers, if it can break out, that thing's gonna fly. Because someone's doing that on purpose, but only if it can break out though. Because then you still need confirmation. Open is still looking trendy downy. I mean, we'll see what happens with this one on the on hold. On the on hold. 320 average. Okay. Yeah. Nice little pop then. Nice little pop, Cal. It hit your stop loss, Danny. What was your stop loss at? And did you walk away in the green? What was the entry? What was your stop loss? X no. No. None of the above. Anyways, yeah, looks like Open is trying to hold that 200 EMA there. Trying to. Works had some news earlier, and the stock is slowly creeping up here, which is nice. A 190, okay. Yeah, you see why too though, Danny. Like it's never a problem selling at 220, right? You got in at 180, right? It ran to 220 to resistance, right? Yeah, Works is cooking them. So if you were paying attention to Discord, they had that news, right? So WORX expands healthcare data management network with a new collab. whatever that means, right? But nice little pop there. Again, this is the benefit of being in Discord, right? You can kind of see stuff like this. Um, you want to know when that news came out, guys? You want to know when the news came out? 10:56. 10:56. Where's 10:56? It's right. It's literally right there, guys. Like, look at that. Right. That's when the news came out for works. Right there. Right. So some stuff like that again. Look at that, and it's been going up since. So yeah, beautiful. Ah, Troy just wants Spy to to go to the abyss. Come on, Troy. Why can't we have nice things? Huh? Why? Did you see my previous message? I did not. Uh, how can I be on the Discord? It didn't work. Streaming. Uh, come over to the. You want to come over to the YouTube site and sign up on YouTube, and then you can. And then once you sign up, you have to be a member. Once you're a member, then you have access to Discord. Alrighty. Red is a beautiful color, but green is so nice, Troy. So nice. Green monies, green trees, so nice. Green eyes. What's not to like about green? Green names in the chat, right? Hurricane, Dustin, well done. La, 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 la. Well done. That is beautiful. I like those scalps. You scalp the same name multiple times, right? Which is beautiful. Beautiful. This one's unhalted and nothing really happening, right? So stuff like this to me is always suspicious. Like when it halts right away like that. Not a huge fan. HKPD again. You see why we say like consolidating at the bottom is better than FOMOing at catching the knife. Look at this, guys. Right? Look at that. What do you see? You see a double bottom, right? You see like so stuff like this. Is what we're referring to when we say consolidating. Even if you mess up, right? Even if you end up messing up, guess what? Put a stop loss right below. X? No. Right? So even if you do end up messing up, like your stop loss goes right below the consolidation spot, right? So buying at the bottom like that is safer than catching a fat knife, right? So 320, 339, let's go, Koma. You're just on fire at this point, Koma. Just on fire. Just cooking. And works is still slowly creeping up there, so that looks okay. Right. Did anybody get in on works? Anybody? Got in at let's see, we'll take a look. I'll come back to this one. You got in on MR. I looked at that one this morning just because it sends out multiple alerts. You got in at $1.80. My thoughts on this? Garbage. Garbage. Yeah, at this point you want to put a stop loss right below $1. Honestly, there's nothing you can do, right? It's not a whole lot that you can do or I can say other than a stop loss at $1. Stuff like this. To me, when you get into a position, um, when you get into a position, like especially in pre-market, like that name is not allowed to go red. Let's go, Mario. $1,600, guys, done for the day. Thanks, HT fam. And what? And thrust. Right? Love it, Mario. Give me a high five. Well done. Mario and I had a one-on-one on what day was that, Mario? What day was that? Um, Was it Thursday? Thursday or Wednesday? One of those days. End of last week. But $1,600 guys in gains. Woof! The gold members just cook on a different level, you know. They just cook on a different level. Just cook. Let's go, Andrew. Good. Let's make some monies. Mm. Yeah, if you buy something in pre-market and it has news and it's supposed to be green and it turns red, there's no need for you to be in that. Zero. Like literally zero reasons for you to be in that stock. Good job on taking the gains on this one, Koma, just because you approached that resistance again. Right? Yeah. Yep. Percent. Beautiful, right? So Monday you hit the goal. Monday you missed the goal. Tuesday you met the goal. And then now you're stopping and doing paper trade. Thanks in HKPD and ALLR, you met the goal. Beautiful. Good. Right? Always learning. Always learning. Always learning. Uh, no, I can't really answer that question, right? So this is why it's difficult. Is if you buy a stock at $1.80 and you let it crash to $1, right? And then you ask me where that stop loss should go, or if you should hold it longer as an investment, I want to slap you. Is what I want to do. Is what I want to do, right? So, um, is all. X, none of the above. Yeah, somewhere in the west. Sam, I mean, like, if I buy a stock at $1.80, I'm thinking like, okay, where's my stop loss? Maybe 150, 160, 170, right? Somewhere. Um, I'm not. My stop loss isn't like more than half of my investment. Half of my investment, that's unacceptable, right? We did a class on Friday that talked about stop losses, right? And I told you guys on Friday, people always say like, hey, what's a good stop loss percentage? My thing is like, I don't care, right? To me, it's not about percentage, right? To me, it's about the price action, right? If I'm buying a stock, right? Let's say I'm buying a stock, right? Okay, cool. Let's say I'm about to buy a stock, right? And then I'm like, oh, you know what? This is the 200 EMA. We're consolidating off the bottom, right? So to me, this is my reasoning, right? You need that reason. What's your reason for buying, right? My reason is because it's consolidating at the bottom. Okay, cool, right? When that reason goes away, whether it's 2%, 5%, get rid of it. Your reason is gone, right? Same thing, like if you're gonna FOMO, like if you're playing the breakout, right? If you're gonna play a breakout, and you're like, okay, I'm buying the stock because it's breaking out, and that's fine, right? FOMO, that's fine. I'm okay with FOMO, right? But at some point, though, if it's breaking below the 9 or it's going back below the breakout level, close the position, right? So you always have to like understand why you're buying that position. The reason why people lose in the market is not because they suck, not because they're bad at trading, right? It's because they don't want to be wrong. All those people where they're like, I lost $50,000, I lost $100,000, right? Um, you know, um, it's usually because you get in a position and you're like, nope, nope, not today, not today. I am him. My mom told me I am him, so I need to stay in this position until I'm proven right. It doesn't work like that, right? So you always have to understand your reasoning, and when that reason goes away, close the position. Just average down exactly, Winterfell. Exactly. I honestly have never met anybody that's blown up their account. Look at that thing go. Kel, good job on that entry, by the way. So there goes that test of 350 again, right? I've never met anybody that's like, hey, I've been trading, I'm taking small losses. I've taken so many small losses, that my account sucks. I blew up my account because I took too many losses, right? It's always because they bought one stock. It's one stock, it's always that one stock where you're like, damn it, I'm not going to sell. I'm going to stay. I'm going to stay until I win, right? I'm gonna keep averaging down, right? No stop loss, and then boom skis, abyss, right? Mullen, exactly, Troy. I've never met anybody that's like, I took so many small losses, especially in this community. Like, I mean, honestly, if you're in this community, you either played with ALLR, you made money, right? You played with HKPD, you made money. Like, you played the news on works, right? And it's still green, right? Like, you played with AIFF. Like, pick one, just pick one, right? If you are around this community, you will make money, right? You just have to get rid of the trash. Like, you just have to get rid of the trash. When something isn't working, get rid of it, right? Of all of the names we've looked at today, of all of them, at some point, they've recovered back to those highs, right? At some point, if you waited for consolidation, you made money, right? At some point, if you played a breakout, you made money, right? So you just have to work on the strategy and the monies will come already. We have a new member though, Waleed. Waleed, welcome to Discord, Waleed. Welcome to the community. Waleed, this is your invite link at the bottom of the chat, okay? Yeah, Works is looking good, isn't it? Look at Works, right? Like, look at that. You're in at 49. Look at Coma. Coma is just literally cooking. Just cooking. Like, Coma cannot stop cooking. Like, the dude cannot stop cooking, right? Just cooking. So again, that's what I mean. Like, if you're around this community, there's gonna be news, there's gonna be this, there's gonna be that. Like, you're gonna make money. So, anyways, Waleed, welcome to the community. This is your invite link at the bottom of the chat. So click that link and follow the steps. No, X. Click that link at the bottom of the chat and follow the steps in the Getting Started channel. Already? Welcome. So again, no fun stocks. No fun stocks? What do you mean? Look at this. The news for Works came out at 10:56, 10:57, right? This is the news. That's the news, right? And and no strong momentum, and if you're a gold member, you know what the plan is, right? You already know what the plan is. I don't need to tell you. You can see the entry, right? Easy monies, right? And if you were in the class on Friday, we talked about breakouts, right? Where's your breakout? Your breakout was right there, right? Are you making money? Yeah, you're green, right? So again, there's so many opportunities. Just by watching your lives. Let's go, Waleed. Welcome to the community. Yeah. So click that invite link and then follow the steps in the Getting Started channel. Welcome. And thank you. What time is class? I don't know. We don't have a class today. Our next class is next Friday or next Saturday. And it's going to be a Q&A class. So there goes 59 cents, guys. We almost hit 60 cents. There goes 62 cents. Yeah. Offline? Well, we would need to look at those entries, right? So I disagree, because if you take small losses, just judge by today, right? Look at this one. Look at this thing cook, right? I think if you put in the work, right, and you eliminate those losses, you're gonna be fine, right? You're gonna be fine. Again, if you were a gold member, or if you were in the class, or if you've been in the education section, this is an easy play, right? This is an easy play. If you join that class on Friday, we spent a lot of time talking about breakouts, how to identify breakouts. Well, there's an easy breakout. If you're a gold member in the chat and you see plan A, type yes in the chat. If you're a gold member and you see plan A, easy monies, type yes in the chat. Pretty easy monies, in my opinion. Right? Walk away with green with a $422 profit, but I have to admit that it's a lot of money to have writing. Yeah, there you go. Look at that, right? There you go. There you go. So if you're watching Works and you're like, I don't want to FOMO on the way up, that's fine. I've often advised, not to, if you can catch the news right away, fine. But I've often advised, like, that those are the two options, right? Either you catch it initially, or you let it go, right? And then you look for something else, which in this case, yeah, exactly, Tony, exactly. Yep, and cooking coma. Anyway, so there's your red zone, right? Red zone warning sign. Pay yourself. AIFF, guys, again, 350 resistance. That thing wants to cook it, right? And then your next resistance is closer to 370 double tops. But I've been watching classes. There you go, Koma, right? So you have to put in the work. Like you honestly have to put in the work. Like we make it seem easy sometimes, but you have to put in the work. It's just that simple. Um, you have to spend time watching those videos, asking questions, right? So you have to find a way to improve. You just have to do it if you want to succeed. You can't just keep throwing monies, right? Because that's how people lose money. They just keep throwing money at this one and this one and this one. And then they're like, oh, but every time I buy a stock, it crashes. Okay. So review your trades, study, review the trades, study, review the trades, and improve. Right? You have to ask yourself why like other people are succeeding. Like how come every day you show up in the chat, everybody's saying, oh, I made money today. What are they doing differently? Because you didn't see it on the borrow scanner, it was posted in stock. It's not going to be on zero borrow scanner, Andrew, right? Why? Because it had news, right? The news is posted in stock general. So if you go back to 1056 in Discord, the news was posted right there. That's when the news came out. And so if you go back to stock general, you can see that the news was posted for works right there at the bottom. And then boom skis. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you have to though, Jason, right? If you're struggling, ask for help. Yeah. Because struggling in silence is not the right thing to do either, right? Um, yeah. If you're struggling and then you see other people making money, like you need to ask, like, hey, what are you guys doing? Like, what did you do differently? You know, like what's working for you? Especially if you're gonna keep throwing money at it, right? If you're gonna quit, then that's a different story. Okay, shut the computer down, right? But if you're gonna keep going, you can't just keep throwing monies at the market and thinking like next time it's gonna be different. I was at no 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 why I lost the trade and then why I gain. It's gonna take time and practice. Scotty, exactly. Yeah. Good job, X. Good job. Right. And to me, it's not about knowing that the stock is gonna cook on the 7th, right? I don't really care about the 7th. To me, it's about having a strategy today and saying, okay, they have news. How do I play with it today? Right? Uh Stop losses in Discord pre-market, Carolyn. There you go. Yeah. Right. You have to find what's working. Um so when you see like yeah, let's go, Dustin. I saw, yeah. You already saw my trades in Discord. Great day today. Accuracy is getting better, 100% today. Everybody, don't forget to hit the like if you are here. Much love. Dustin, high five. Have a wonderful rest of the day, Dustin. I like that a lot. Yeah, you cooked that stock. Good job. 4 a.m. in the morning. Yeah, I think if you can wake up pre-market, I think you should. Just kind of see how these guys, cook. Paper trade pre-market if you need to, right? Paper trade. Learn how pre-market works, right? Before you throw monies at it. Yeah. Let's go, Dustin. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. So again, you can clearly see that there's a supply zone here though for works, right? So obviously that's not a level to be FOMOing it at, right? That's where people start taking their gains. That's where people take their monies. Dang, AIFF is really wanting to break out and just cook. But again, you can see the consolidation at the bottom, right? And now you're sitting at the double top in a supply zone here. 62, beautiful. Really good scalp. Yeah. How do you add supply zones in TradingView? Those are, we need to put a link in the description for that stuff too. EDHL. IVVD just couldn't, break and stay above that 200 EMA. Yeah, let me take a look at that one. Yeah, this one again, obviously I didn't like this one just because of the way that it popped. Right? To me, when I see something pop like this without any previous, price action and it halts, no trust. NUKK. Yeah. Kind of similar though, isn't it? Kind of similar. But anyways, let's see what happens with the on halt. Hmm, why is everybody super excited about why is everybody super excited about EDHL? Why? Also, by the way, TradingView is doing a sale. Alrighty, so TradingView is doing a sale, 70% off. So if you want to use TradingView, blah blah blah, uh, you can always if you've never used TradingView and you're like, I want to use it, I want to try it, then yeah, maybe that's your opportunity, right? So I think TradingView is pretty cool. Righty, or you can just use the free version too. Like I think the free version is pretty good. Yeah, there you go. That's the link at the bottom of the chat if you want to use TradingView. Alrighty. A little birdie. Yeah, LT posted this one in Discord yesterday, right? EDHL. LT posted this in Discord yesterday, right? So there you go. Slowly coming back there. I think needs to break out though. You're limited with the free version, yeah. Coma, yeah. Yep. Do you ever use timeframes less than the 1 minute work? No, I do not. I do not. I've never tried using them. Nuke is halted up again, guys. Stuff like this is always a bit difficult, to play with. But that thing's halted up twice now. Yeah. I don't think there was a catalyst for this one, was there? Oh, there was, of course, guys. Again, if you're not a member in Discord, guys, I don't know what you're waiting for. So this news was posted at 9:10 a.m. this morning. So 9:10 my time, right, which is 11:10. So 11:10 a.m. Eastern time. Nucleus launches defense subsidiary and secures exclusive U.S. distribution agreement with Blade Ranger to capitalize on booming drone payload market, whatever that means, right? But the news came out at 9:10, right? Where's 9:10 a.m.? 11:10. That's 11:10, guys. That's it right there. That's 11:10, right? That's 11:10. So again, this is the second one we've seen so far, right? This is back to back now, right? The first news was this one, right? This one posted in Discord, right there. That's the first one. That was the last, and then we just had this one now drop, right? Right there, and then Boomski's gone. Craziness, craziness. Yeah, no. So the time frame stuff, I think the 1 minute is like the perfect time for momentum stocks. I think once you start looking like 30 seconds and 10 seconds and 5 seconds, some people do. I know Grim likes looking at like the seconds chart. I've just never been interested in that because the lower you go, the less technical analysis becomes valid, in my opinion. Or you're having to make, like, as long as you're okay making decisions like now, right? I think Grim does that really well because he's buying and selling like every second, every 10 seconds. It's like in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, right? As long as you're willing to do that, I think you can use like the 10-second chart and so yeah, Tony, yeah. But if you're planning on staying a little bit longer, then those timeframes can be a bit difficult. George, if you want to join us in Discord, click this link at the bottom of the chat there from Nightbot. Sign up for the legend or above level, and that'll give you access to Discord. Alrighty. ALLR, obviously, this thing is still annoying. Still holding that 200 EMA, I guess, but still pretty annoying. And then Hong Kong Police Department had a bit of a bounce, but then said, "Hey guys, no thanks, I'm done. We've made the arrest." The only thing about the free multiple screens up work, yeah, yep. Make and if the data isn't delayed, then you're fine, right? Yep, yep. Mm, mm, mm. Yep, yep, yep. Oh yeah, there we go. Mm. Yeah, so again, all of that news is either mentioned in the voice scanner channel, right, or it's posted in in Stock General. Um, and also, if you take a look at the breaking news channel in Discord, actually, it's not in there. Today's the 26th. Yeah, so it's not in there. Yeah, which is fine, right? Yeah. When on hold. Picnic. Yes. Uh, yes. If you're wondering, yeah, the Nasdaq side has the holds resumption. LT still pumping the stock. Come on, LT. Criminals. Isn't it interesting? Like the name of stocks we have today, Works, Hong Kong Police Department, NUKK. What else is left? What else? Anyways, yeah. Did we ever do a class on how to trade in and out of halts? I can't remember. In and out of halts. Yes, we did. Yeah. Yes. I don't know what the class is. We've done so many classes that like how to play earnings. There's that video somewhere, right? I think it's called How to Play Earnings. Yeah. So many. I just don't know what they're called sometimes because we did a horrible job labeling the videos back in the day. There we go. Martin, when? Jordan, new member. Welcome, Jordan. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is your invite at the bottom of the chat, Jordan. So click that invite and follow the steps in the Getting Started channel, alrighty? For all of you clicking the link, just keep in mind this link doesn't work unless you're a legend or above member. Alrighty, so it's not gonna work unless you're actually a member like Jordan, right? Jordan, this is the link at the bottom of the chat. Click that link, follow the steps in the Getting Started channel, and then watch the very last video in the Getting Started channel. It's gonna explain everything you need to know. 725. Okay. Yeah. Do it nice. Yeah, sometimes you have a hard resumption price. Sometimes you don't always have that hard resumption. Sometimes you just have to go with like a 5 minute countdown and a stuff like that. 10 minute countdown after that, right? So it's every 5 minutes. So if it's not halted and unhalted in 5 minutes, then it's going to be in 10 minutes. If it's not 10 minutes, then it's going to be Mr. Bada. What's your position for ALLR? What's your question? Let me know. Please help. What's your question, guys? Right? If you say please help, like I don't really understand what you're asking for. Right? You have to ask me a question. If a stock is below the 200 EMA bullish trend intact, look for long. If a stock is breaking below the two, if a stock is above, yes. If a stock is breaking heavy volume, possible trend reversal. Correct. Heritage. Correct. Correct. That though can be opposite for a large cap name, right? Like if Nvidia drops below the 200 EMA, oof, people are going to be loading the boat, right? Like if Palantir drops below the 200 EMA, damn, look at NUKK, guys, $8. Look at that, 60% just like that, cooked. Sheesh, 820, guys. Did anybody FOMO into the NUKK? Anybody FOMO into the NUKK? Into the nucleus? 67% and halted up. $8.25. Type yes in the chat if you FOMOed into this thing. You're in at $6. Monies. George, no, we don't have that many members. So that number is based on everybody that's ever clicked the link, right? So when you click the link and you're not a member, it counts you as a member. So not even close, George. But anyways, no. It moved really quickly. Yeah. I think moved very quickly. And the downside is like it's halting so often, right? But it was next try, extreming. Yeah. Yeah, that was a nice pop. So again, benefits of being in Discord, right, guys? Right? The news was out right there. So again, to me, you don't have to know. You don't have to know like, oh, Blaze, how come this wasn't on the watch list? Why isn't this on the watch list? How could we know to buy this stock 10 days ago? And then no, it doesn't really matter, right? You have to work on a strategy that lets you react when good things are happening. That's it. That's it. It's a nice push though. Yeah, it's gone skis, isn't it? Yeah, it's kind of annoying that it's halting up like this though, Like there's no price action and then halt. Yeah. But anyways, LT, this one still looks good, right? You just have that supply zone that you need to break above. ALLR is still playing games. Wendy's for everyone's meal. Bring me a cookie, please. Cookies. Still hoping for it to go up $2.18, Linnell. Okay. As long as you stay above that 200 EMA, above 180, I think you have a chance. So here comes ALLR again, right? Like telling you, this stock is going to be the most frustrating stock all day today. Why? Because it can. Because it's stupid. Yeah. Stupid. But at least it's coming back above $2 though. So every time we dip to that 180, 170 range, we seem to be holding another retest of that level, and then we pop back up, right? So that's good, at least for now. Okay. Yeah, if you're holding Nuke, just make sure you don't let that thing go below the hold price. Alrighty. If it goes below that price, you need to get rid of it, just in case they want to halt it down. Yeah, we went from a Hong Kong Police Department, obviously went around, but to nuking the town. Again, don't forget to smash a like, guys, if you haven't already. Please and thank you. Smash a like and hit that subscribe if you're new to the channel. Please and thank you. There we go. You locked your account. Get a cash account, X. Get a cash account. Get a cash account. Raven, have a wonderful rest of the day as well. Have a wonderful rest of the day. So be careful. It may drop at the reopen. Yeah. Yeah, be very careful. There goes the on hold, guys. 826, 850. Oof, that thing said, excuse me. So 899 at the top of that candle. 899, guys. 899. That give you a nice opportunity to sell, right? Yeah. Dirt, which broker do you have? uh, yeah, now it's halted down, right? So, yeah. Yeah, you have to be ready to sell that thing right away. Let's see. ALLR still playing games, guys. Yup. We just tapped 207. So you can tell that thing's pretty annoying. Why is it not giving you the discount? That's really weird. Hmm. Mm-hmm. So when you click on the link, like when you click on the link, so click on that link, and obviously don't pay for anything, but go all the way to the end, like you're about to pay for it a lot, right? Right? Like, yeah, go all the way to the end, like you're about to pay for it, but don't actually pay for it, right? See if it gives you the link at the very end. See if it gives you the sale at the very end. It should. Or just click on the link and then go to like the home page of TradingView. right? Go to the homepage. Then it's gonna bring you like the explore offers section. Yeah, it's already on sale. Yeah, maybe. Oh, you can't do the monthly. Oh, maybe that's why then. Oh, hmm. Hmm, hmm, hmm. That's kind of annoying. But even then, though, I think the annual membership for like yeah, I think it's still worth it. I was going to sign up, but my subscription is already till like the end of 2026, 2025. So if I'm gonna get another annual membership, then it's gonna be end of 2026, December 2026. Usually there are more sales, like 80%, 90%, like closer to December maybe. I wonder if I wait for those ones. Or maybe I just sign up. May of this year, Grun. Yeah, let's see what happens on the on hold though. Yeah, let's see what happens on the on hold. Oh, look at EDHL go, guys. Look at that. 56 cents. Nothing too crazy, right? So nothing crazy. EDHL. Mm, 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 mm. Good job, LT. Good jobs. Mm, mm, mm. Virtuous. Yeah, I have. Yeah. Why? You want to sign up that way? Yeah, that's a good option. Back to ALLR 209. Rob. This is really like caps from yesterday. Ah, best sale Black Friday for TradingView. When's Black Friday? And sell them in Discord. Uh, yep. So as long as it stays above that 200 EMA there, obviously it still looks okay. Is NUKK on halted, guys? Yeah, NUKK is on halted. Back into the eights. Is it halted up again? NUKK is halted up again, guys. Damn. This price action is going to be difficult, isn't it? This is going to be difficult. Halt up, halt down, halt up, halt down. A day after Thanksgiving, so that's November something. Yeah. November 28th? Okay. Yeah, some more sales then. That's not that far away. Nukes. Yeah, this price action is going to be difficult, but good push. Very good push. Let's go. 10 more people smash a like, guys. Let's get to 200 likes. Just 10 more. Just 10 more. Smash a like. Let's get to 200. Mm. Hmm. NUKK is an after-hour play. Why would you think that? There goes EDHL, guys. Ooh, LT is smiling now with the monies. He is smiling with the monies. Yeah, there you go. Anybody else other than LT in EDHL? Anybody else? Mm-mm-mm-mm. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. There isn't a catalyst there though, so just keep in mind that's retail driven, right? So move your stop losses up. Retail hype, 817 still halted. It wouldn't let you buy it yesterday. Oh, some of these brokers like E Trade and DVL, yeah, they're annoying. That's why Webull and like Robinhood and like interactive brokers, like these brokers stand out. Some of the other ones just do fishy business. Let's go, B. Okay, 50 to 57 cents. Not bad. Not bad at all. Already. Mm-mm. 38, Tony. Not bad. Let's go, Tony. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I think Stallion sent a you remember Stallion sent us $200 super chat, so then he jumped to the top of the list with a lot of points. So we'll see what happens when we get to the end of the month. Let's from Neo today. Let's go, Tony. Well done. That's a day's earnings at work, right? It's a dangerous day when I'm making money. So let's go. Love it, right? Mm-mm, mm-mm. Mm, mm, mm. There you go. I like people like Tony. The reason for that is I like when people do something that's completely new to them, but then they're not shy about it. Like, hey, I suck at trading. We all suck, right? And then you're like, hey, what do I need to do, right? And you're engaging and asking for help and asking questions. I think those people tend to do better than just not asking for help, obviously. So you know it's always interesting, like looking like at the different and difference in messages. Like if you go back 2 weeks and you look at Tony's messages versus now, different, right? Like, oh, I just made 200 in this dollars, right? Versus 2 weeks ago, it's like, what happened? And then you have people, in the community obviously helping. But yeah. So never feel like you're asking silly questions, or you have to learn somehow. Right? The only way to learn is to be annoying and ask for help. And we've never complained about anybody asking for help ever. And that'll never happen, right? We will complain though if you like do stupid stuff, And even though we say don't FOMO and you FOMO, you buy at the top and you diamond hand and it goes to zero and you hold bags, then we will complain because we know you're not putting in the work, right? Yeah. Mm-mm. IMG. I'll take a look. Tony, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. So that looks good actually on a smaller time frame, and it looks good coming off the bottom as well. I think your entry was quite nice. They have earnings today. That's the only dangerous thing now, Patrick, because it's YOLO. Yeah, according to TradingView, they have earnings coming up today. So at that point, you're like, what do you do, right? Yeah, you're gonna have to make that decision at the end of the day because there's really not much I can tell you. Yeah, when it's up to earnings and what the company could say, oof, there's nothing I can do at that point. NUKK is still halted. Yeah, Patrick. At some point at the end of the day, yeah, we're just gonna have to. I don't even know if they for sure have earnings today. So maybe take a look. TradingView says they do. Take a look at the company's website to make sure that they've confirmed it. And if they haven't confirmed the earnings, then it's easiest to swing. If it's still pushing up and it's coming up the bottom, like that's easy, right? Then that is easy. Detour. Yeah. Yup. Mm, 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 mm. So still at 57 cents. We looked at a can earlier. It had a nice little pop. Right? It's just chilling at the bottom here. We'll take a look again at this one at this one closer to the end of the day for a potential swing play. Right. So I can keep this one on the list for now. Right. So we'll look at this one again at the end of the day for a potential swing there. Obviously, we're waiting to see what happens here with NUKK. The NUKK. A lot better. Good, Tony. Good. Good, good, good. Good, good, good. Oh, no, 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 no. What's your daily goal, Tony? And are you hitting that? What's your daily goal? Hmm. There goes new guys. $9. Oof. This is one of those where you're playing the vibes, honestly. This is one of those where you have to play the vibes. Cause yeah. When it's halting like that up and down, the technicals don't apply as much, right? So for now it looks really good. But just be ready. Just be ready. Just be ready. Beautiful though. 950. Your daily goal is 200. Okay, so you hit that and then you paper trade, right? So discipline. Discipline, discipline. I like that. Good. Yeah. Mm, 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 mm. Love it. Type yes in the chat if you're in NUKK. Just be ready to exit that position if it starts looking weak. Because we're stalling a little bit up here. Just be ready to jump out the window, just in case. Just in case. The name alone scares you. Oh, can you imagine, Jay? Someone said, "Hey, where did you lose money today?" You're like, "I lost money in Nuke." They're like, "Yeah, you should have known they were about to nuke you." 940. Yeah, thank you. There we go. That thing says 940. How about I show you 990? Damn! Look at that, guys. I got nuked in Nuke, but nope. Nuke is giving you monies though. Nuke is like, "Hey, we belong to the moon." $10 would obviously be like the biggest level, right? So which we just tap. Sheesh. My goodness, here comes a test of $10 again. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. Here we go. Yeah, that thing wants to destroy $10, doesn't it? Saying the Winterfell, yo. They're like, "Hey, what happened?" Like, I got nuked. No, I think yeah, what an absolute beast. Again, at the very least, right? Being in Discord, you could see that the news came out right there. Look at when the news came out and it was posted in Discord, right? The news was posted in Discord right there. $4.50 right there at the very bottom. So I get that it's been halting and it's kind of annoying. But again, just having that opportunity at least can be a bit of a blessing. So again, if you're not a member yet, yeah, come join us. Alrighty. Click the link at the bottom of the chat there from Nightbot and come join us. So $10 is going to be a pretty solid wall, in my opinion. So you want to be careful there. That's a pretty good spot to be scaling out, isn't it? Nuke. That thing's like $10. Yeah, right. It's about to slap $10, isn't it? This is the third candle now that we're tapping $10 and failing though. Sheesh. There it goes, 1020. And then right back below. Wow. Craziness. There goes 1040 guys for Nuke. Woof. And of course they're gonna halt it up again, right? 999, 110%. Ooh wee. Oh my days. Wow, 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 wow. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. Beautiful. Did anybody FOMO back into Nuke? Anybody FOMO? So I'm gonna zoom out and look at the daily in a second here because I just want to see what it looks like. I want to see what it looks like on the daily time frame. Do 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 do. Mm, you're too scared. Emir, 950 to 10. Good job. I mean, again, like I said, this is vibes, right? You have to be brave to jump into that position. Yeah, so above $10, you're now looking for closer to 1150. 1150 to 12. And then there's a lot more room to the upside on some of these other candles, right? Like earlier this year, May 2024, this was mentioned already in the chat. The stock was $26, right? Not that it's going there, right? Not that it's going there, but for now, again, $10, 1150 to 12, right? And then we'll go from there if we can break above those levels. But now, though, oof, beast. Yeah, hoping for a repeat. December. No, I think. For now, I think let's break above 1150 and then go from there. Sheesh. BIYA. Register for 4 minutes ago. Let me take a look at this one. Works again. Benjamin says they're buying the dipskis. I wonder if they're actually buying the dipskis though, if they're shorting it, you know? I mean, watch that 200 EMA for works. So watch that level there for works. See if we can stay above. If not, then yeah, garbage. Nuke. JC, you could have been saying I nuke today, you know? I was in nuke and it nuked. But instead, I'm kidding. Hopefully this isn't another 10-minute halt though. Hopefully it's not a long halt. You've been holding a bag since that, Queen? Damn. Okay, well, hopefully you get back there. Hopefully. Yeah. Again, this is why we always say, like, hey guys, you know, close the position. Like if you buy at $17, maybe cut it at 15. You know, that's a pretty nice drop. Leave the jokes to me. Yes, Dad, yes. Right? So you could have sold that thing at 15 and bought back in at someplace else. Like today alone, it was $4.50. Right? So it's so much easier for you to make your money back, even in the same stock, right? If you can sell it sooner. So no need for the diamond hands. No need for the diamond hands. You got profit. You did average down. Oh, okay. You played a dangerous game when you won, Queen. A dangerous game. Oh yeah, that's right. Thank you. That is right. That is right. Yeah, the warrants. The warrants up 200%. That is right. The warrants are in the supply zone at 22. I wonder if that's a sign. I wonder if that's a sign. ODS gardening, you're here now. This is, you know, for the most part, this is a usual day with the stocks going crazy. I still think this one's going to be interesting. AKAN. So again, keep this one on your swing watch list, right? AKAN, just because they've just done a split today and that float is super low, right? So it's not really doing anything for now. But if those guys are smart, they're going to drop a catalyst. And if they do, that thing could fly. So for now, again, just a watch for now, right? So like I said, I'll take a look again at the end of the day, see what it looks like. NUKK is unhalted, guys. Here comes $11, right? So that next resistance was closer to 11.50. My goodness, guys. Sheesh. NUKK says, hey guys, bye bye. Damn. So again, your next supply zone up there, right? Personal, when you, okay, sounds good. Oh, yeah. Yes, live daily. Yeah, so that supply zone, that the first supply zone? Kind of looks like, huh? Yeah. So that would have been a good spot. Is a local language? Interesting. Tony, yes. Let's go, Amir. 980 to 1077. I like that you sold the position as well. All right, good job. Well done. I think this is just a retest for now, though. So let's see if we can stay above $10 or just a 9 EMA. My profit stop is $9 now. Good job, currently. Good job. Yeah, well done. Well done. Now let's see if we can consolidate a bit though, because that thing's been running since that news came out at 460, right? 440, 460. So it's more than doubled there. Yeah. Ah, yes. No, even if I do, it's 9:20 a.m. in the morning, Dan. I would like to start the streams I'd like to start the streams at 9 a.m. in the morning. I think that's perfect timing, like 30 minutes before the market opens. But sometimes either I'm looking for a trade or like I'm doing something else or I'm busy spamming Discord or like usually we're in Discord at that time. And then I'm like, oh shoot, we need to get on stream. But yeah. No, no cookies in the morning work. Cookies only after the stream. Yeah. I think 9 a.m. would be nice to start, but doesn't always work that way. So yeah, 9:10 though, around 9:10 the stream is usually live or running at that point. You need to get up sooner then, even if I do. I think it's just the time for me that I wake up, right? The market's usually cooking at that time, Tony, so I'm too distracted looking for scalps or spamming Discord. You know, be on stream looking. It's not the same. It's not the same. Not the same. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. No, I usually wake up closer to like 5 a.m. in the morning. 5 a.m. is pretty early. 5 a.m. is pretty early. Uh, would you take a chance? Let's go. Yes, I would, Dan. Yes, I would. Yes, I would. So yes, click the link at the bottom of the chat. Become a legend member. Come join us. Yeah. So let's see if Nuke can keep consolidating here above the 9, above Z9 EMA. Yup. Well done, Eric. VSME with a nice little pop as well. Tony? Yes. That's okay though. That's okay. Mm. Mhm. So no signs of a curl yet. So just slowly trending down here. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Ooh, that sounds delicious, Dan. That sounds amazing. Yeah, let's see if we can reclaim that $10 level. This thing gives you the vibes though, like it's not quite done yet, does it? Doesn't it? So doesn't quite look like it's done, but I think you need to be patient with it though. Right? Let it sell off to some place and consolidate or reclaim $10 and stay above it. Sell off and consolidate, and then once that does, then the warrants I'm sure are going to be nice too. So NUKKW. Yeah, those warrants were quite telling actually. As soon as they hit the supply zone, slap. Slap. Trick. That one's gone, isn't it? They had some news this morning. Something with Verizon, right? So was it Verizon? One of those cell phone companies. Mm, mm. AT&T. Yeah, thank you, Randy. Yeah, there you go. AT&T. Below 170, Kev? Yes, it is. Above that, you have a chance. So it's still at 192, right? What's your position, Kev? Uh, Randy, let's go. Green for the day. What was your favorite play today? And which of these names were your favorite? Which of these names did you make your monies on? Green for the day. I'm out. Good job. Okay. Hmm. Interesting. There goes Nukes. Nukes is fighting that demand, that supply zone. ALLR. Good job. Well done. Yeah. Good jobs. Yeah, ALLR was a good one in pre-market. Like especially in pre-market, this was easy, right? Easy to follow. And then the market opened and it did some funny business, right? So nice little pop at the open though. That was good. Especially with that breakout and then the pop, and then you could see, games from there on out. So that was a good way to start the day. And then Hong Kong Police Department took over, right? Hong Kong, HKPD. This was nice too, right? And then Works, right? This was nice with the new when the news came out, right? Nice pompa, right? And then obviously IVVD with a nice little comeback up the bottom, and then NUKK is the latest one. So the money's just rotating from this to that to that. Yeah, not bad. CRML. The only thing I don't like about NUKK is that supply zone that it has now. So we need to start, forming some higher lows here. Apple has a special. No, 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 there we go. Is Apple launching a new event September 9? Interesting. uh, then you have no hope. No hope. CRML. Yeah, these guys had that news earlier, right? Yeah, that's actually a really good comeback. My goodness, look at that. So this was the news earlier. It popped and then came back down. Again, if you've watched any of those videos in Discord, what do we say, guys? Do not buy the first pump, right? Leave it alone. What are you waiting for? Well, I'll leave that up to the gold members. That was a pretty nice pump, right? But then it erased all of it into the demand zone, and then you could see the curl back up, right? So that would have been a really nice catch up the bottom there. Beautiful. So now you're testing the double top. Testing the double top. That's actually a really nice comeback from the bottom. Yeah. Yeah. If you were paying attention to this one, ooh, that looks very simple, doesn't it? That looks very simple, especially after that crash. Right? Again, we keep saying the same thing. And it's like we're joking, right? Like, do not catch it on the way down. Like it's just dropping, dropping, dropping. Don't catch it on the way down, right? But as soon as you see signs of life, right? Like look at this area, right? And then now boom skis. So pretty nice comeback there. And then now obviously again 705 ish, $7 double top. Good job on this one, CM. Good job. Mm-mm-mm-mm. It is a very nice green zone, isn't it? And just look at the plan A, right? The plan A is pretty nice. It's actually perfect. Pretty perfect. Pretty perfect. So you need a break above you need a break above 705 there now. Again, ALLR is not done to me yet because they're still holding that bottom, right? So, and we're back to playing with $2. This is so stupid. Up and down and up and down. And NUKK, no signs of really consolidating yet, right? Again, that supply zone is going to be a bit of a problem. A bit of a problem. Okay, who do I have a one-on-one with today? There goes brand new highs there on that thing. That's a beautiful looking chart. That's a really good looking chart. So that news was good. Well, not that it really matters. The performance post news was really good. Nice, Wes. Nice. Exactly, Tony. Exactly, right? We talk about those alerts. That would have been a beautiful, perfect alert, right? 9 EMA chrono crossover. Ooh, perfection. NUKK is halted. Yep, halted down. And then the volume is running over to CRML. The criminal stock. No, 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 no. Uh, 720. We just don't know how impactful the NUKK news is. Yeah, that's fine. I don't think we should really be looking at that anyways ever. Honestly, right? I think yeah. I think play with the like if you look at the actual headline, right? You don't see any monetary numbers, right? That's always the part that's missing. If we knew that, then we can compare that number to the market cap and say, okay, this is how much it should be worth, right? But this means nothing other than to create momentum. So when you see stuff like that, just play the chart and move on. Again, hopefully, I think at some point this thing will maybe come back, right? But for now, let it dip. Let it dip. Yeah, those warrants really came all the way back down. All the way back down. Some chores and gaming? I like it, Tony. Yeah, why not? Why not? Works is coming up that little 200 EMA, right? That little spot off the bottom there. So as long as work stays above 40 cents. Uh, to cut the grass. Sounds good. Sounds good, Bilal. Sounds good. Some days are just like that, right? So kind of look at why you didn't do so well today, and then come back tomorrow. Alrighty. So review those trades, and somewhere in there you will see why. And then CRML, CM is just smiling, just smiling. You can see a smile all the way from Edmonton. Oh yeah, Apple has an event September 9th. Then yeah, Tim Cook tweeted that. Get ready for an awe-dropping Apple event on Tuesday, September 9th. So they're going to be unveiling a brand new iPhone then, I guess. A brand new iPhone. Amir, not at the highs, right? If you set that alert, Amir, you would have done really well, right? Again, demand zone, green zone, above the 200 EMA, kernel crossover. Like you had all the reasons, right? So, new little breakout right there. So now you're sitting at the highs without a breakout. CM is always cooking. You're not wrong. Not wrong. Yeah, seriously, Tony. You do? You're wanting to get the new iPhone? Hey, yo, Bodman? Yeah. Extreming, what's your entry price? What's your entry price in this? If you're in it, I would say take some gains. Alrighty, if you're in it, I would say take some gains. Let me look at the daily really quickly here. I mean, obviously, we do have a bit more room to the upside, right? Like this thing could easily run to $8, right? But yeah, from years ago, the Note 5. Yeah, I wonder how much the new iPhone is going to cost. You're not in yet, then yeah, you want to wait for a retracement. Then yeah, there comes a retracement, right? So there comes the dipskis, right? So the closer you get to 650, the better. That's if we even get there. If we even get there. Yeah, CM, well done. 603 to 713, 717. Beautiful scalp. Beautiful scalp. Beautiful scalp. Love it. $1,300. Okay. See, like I will easily spend that on, a computer and more easily. Easily. I don't know if I could spend that on a phone though. Amir, absolutely, of course. Of course. Again, watch that video, right? If you're gonna get into something like that, look for that breakout or look for the dip skis, right? Look for the breakouts. RR with a bit of a pop. What about some new shoes? Who sells shoes for $1,300? Who buys shoes for $1,300? Just wanted to that and oh, okay, be okay, yeah, yep. So it looks like we retested 690, 685, and then said, okay, that's it, that's the dip. But at this point, it's still going to need to break above like 735 for another push though. So still in that same range here. Jordans. Ah, those. I mean, as a collectible, maybe. You know, $1,300 for a pair of shoes. Hmm. I think as an investment, because I think those are more so investment than yeah. No, we're still in that same range, extreming, right? We're not really going anywhere yet. We're still there. So, right. So for now, I just keep waiting. No, 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 perfect. You buy sneakers? Yeah. Can you imagine wearing like a $1,300 pair of shoes, and then like it gets muddy? Oof, pissed. Trump says. Trump says furniture tariffs will be done pretty quickly. EU, Japan, and South Korea trade deals are done. Okay. EU, Japan, and South Korea trade deals are done. Okay, now, Mr. Trump, can you stop yapping about tariffs then? Can the markets cook? It's not like we're asking for too much. Just pump everything. Pump it. Oh, hello, Shima. Hello, hello. Maybe around 1990 or so. You should have saved that, Tony, as a collectible. It'd be worth a lot more now. How was your lunch? How was lunch? VSME. Are we still watching Nuke? Yeah, right. I want to see where that thing decides to consolidate at there. So $8 is your next level of support. Eight to 780 there. Let's see if we can stay above that level. Alrighty, so I'd be looking for that little consolidation area, and then also right that 50 EMA is what I'd be looking at there. Right. So 8 to 7 to 780 there. Let's see if it stays above. Would be nice if it just sat there and consolidated. Do, 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 do. If I knew what I know now, I know. You just never know, though. You never know. I'm sure there are things now that are going to be collectibles in however long. I wonder what those are, though. Pokemon cards? Yeah, Nuke is just getting slapped. Right. This is why it's important to wait for that consolidation and potential curls. Is when it's dropping like this, you never know. You really never know. Right. You never know. Alrighty, so again, Works is still holding the 200 EMA. CRML is still playing in that same range, so there's nothing really crazy going on there. And yeah, and then again, AKAN, like I mentioned earlier, we're gonna look at this one later today as a potential swing play. AKAN is because of the super low float now, right? And some of these split stocks usually pop at some point, right, when the companies drop news and blah blah blah. But yeah, we'll keep it on the watch list. It's not really doing much for now, so it needs to either break out or just keep consolidating. Alrighty, is Nuke halted down? Yeah, Nuke is halted down. Yee. Right, no catching knives. Usually a level. No, 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 no. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, still too weak, right, Nuke? So let that thing give you a bit of a base. Let that thing give you something. Weakness. Amazons. Mm, 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 mm. Oh, no, 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 no. Of them at crazy how many? Shush. Yep. Physical Bitcoin presentation worth $100,000 Winterfell. Shush. Crazy. Waiting for it to break out. I know like it's it's right there, right? It wants to. You can tell that it wants to. Stephanie, what's your position in this? What's your entry? I think you're green on this position. What's your entry? It doesn't look like CRML wants to dip below that $7, does it? Like it wicks below, but it doesn't quite like. Yeah, nuke got nuked. Hopefully, no one got nuked. Yep, exactly. I think everybody was waiting for that. Congratulations, you've been nuked. Yeah, so it's holding $7 really well here, but IVVD needs to break out. Yeah, so like $1.04. Yeah, it really needs to consolidate though, Justin. It needs to find a base somewhere. Somewhere. Mm-mm-mm. And thank you all for smashing the like, guys. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. So let's do a few more minutes, guys, and then we will hop off and go back to Discord. Deal? Deal. Deal, deal. So don't forget to smash a like, hit that subscribe if you're new. And again, if you're not a member yet and you want to join us in Discord, click that link at the bottom of the chat there from Dan and Nightbot, and come join us in Discord. Alrighty? Did I see you smash a like? No, I did not see you. Oh, no, 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 no. You caught that knife? Yeah, on the way down like that? Okay. Yeah, hopefully it breaks out there though and gives you money back. Hopefully. Yeah, you want to be careful with stuff like this, please. I've often warned, right? Like if you're catching a knife on something that's breaking below the 200 EMA, this white line to me, right, is kind of unless the only time that you buy a stock below the 200 EMA is when like you can clearly tell like damn, okay, this is a fire green zone. Like if a stock is just sitting there, like if it's below the 200 EMA and it's just consolidating, to me that's the only time you buy a stock below the 200 EMA. The 200 EMA is this white line, guys, right? If you're not sure what the 200 EMA is for, the 200 EMA, like simple terms, represents the trend, right? Above the 200 EMA, trending up, right? So even if we are dipping, so for example, look to the left hand side, right? So even like this, right? As long as the stock stayed above the 200 EMA, right, above the white line, even when it's going down, it can go back up. When it's going down, it goes back up. When it's going down, it goes back up, right? That's what the 200 EMA is supposed to represent, right? But when you break below the 200 EMA, which is right there, even when it goes up, chances are it's going to go back down. When it goes up, it's going to go back down, right? So and then we've just been playing games here now, finally reclaiming. But the problem to me was right there, right? This was the problem right there. So if you're catching a knife on something that isn't really consolidating and it's below the 200 EMA, you're asking for violence. And then eventually we found a base, we found a demand zone, and then we started creeping back up, right? So now it needs to break out again. Yeah, you want to be careful with that stuff. You want to be careful. Yeah, it's like the no-go zone, right? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So to me, the only time you should buy stocks below the 200 EMA is when you can be like, duh, obviously it's been sitting here forever. It's building a nice demand zone, right? Then you take the gamble, but then you put a stop loss right below the level that has been consolidating at, right? So that's the only time. Is it too late to get into IVVD? Not necessarily, but again, you always want to try and catch the stuff off the bottom, right? When it's consolidating, it looks better now, right? Looks better, but it's also testing like resistance here. It's trying to break out. So if we can break out and stay above that level, extreming, maybe there's a chance there, right? So if we can break out and stay above that, that could be a potential opportunity. Alrighty. So this looks good for the people that bought it when it was like crashed, and then did the EMA crossover, right? So we've talked about setting alerts. Set alert for an EMA cross because it happened at the very bottom. That would have been a really sweet entry with a tight stop loss, right? And then it's been looking good, better at least. So for now, it's finally breaking above that. Hopefully, Stephanie, you guys are getting back to even. Alrighty. So hopefully you guys are getting back to break even. NUKK is still halting down. Yeah, it's just too weak, right? There's no signs of consolidation, right? We keep screaming consolidation, consolidation, consolidation. It's really important. If a stock is going to keep going down like that, right, it has to consolidate somewhere. We don't know where. But if it's not going to do that, don't touch. And then your next resistance is $1.11, $1.12 here for IVVD. 7 is lucky number. Is a lucky number. It doesn't matter. The stock market is the only place that yeah. Are legends able to do one-on-ones separately? No. You have to be a gold member to do one-on-ones. So you can just upgrade to the gold level. Yeah, Schwab. X, good job. Yeah, I think that was a good scalp. Yeah, so you can see that resistance up there. It's just going back and forth for now. Back and forth, back and forth. Okay. That thing's like, hey, can I just cook? Can I just cook? Yep, Tony, exactly. If I had nothing better to do, Heritage, I would. Not in a bad way, right? Like if I had the time, then I would definitely do like some random like giveaway some gold memberships, and do some one-on-ones. Matt, it really is. It really is. What's your entry on that play though? What did you get in at? Here comes CRML testing that 30 zone again. And so the way you want to look at it is once you break above one target, you're looking for the next potential target, the next resistance, right? So when you break above $1.04, you're looking for $1.12. If you break above that, you're looking for $1.20, right? And then $1.30, and then $1.50. So that's the way you want to manage those trades. And then the opposite way is when you're in and you're heading for those targets, you also want to make sure that you have a minimum level for it to go back down, right? 207, man. Okay, yeah. Just make sure you have a good stop loss, right? So it doesn't ruin your day, right? Because you've already hit your daily goal, haven't you? Almost, probably close, right? So make sure you keep it tight, just in case it doesn't want to do anything. Here we go. Here we go. There it goes. CRML is like, hey guys. Hey guys. I'm back. $7.40. So extreming, that thing didn't want to give you the dip to 650, huh? It said nope, you don't get a dip to 650. You don't get it. Patrick again? Okay, yeah, that thing was heavily shorted. So almost, yeah. No, you've done really well, right? So yeah, so you might as well keep it really, really tight, right? Almost hitting your daily goal means that like you never have to worry about work or anything else like that, right? So and consistency, keep it tight, and you'll be okay. I was watching this show. I wasn't really watching a show. You know how when you're watching, like every so often you get like a short, right? So obviously I watch like trading stuff. So sometimes I'll get like a notification, and this specific notification was from what's that dude's name again? The Ramsey show, the Ramsey show, and then this dude called in and he said, "Oh, I borrowed $40,000 to play the stock market, and then I lost it, and then I borrowed another $10,000." Yeah, Dave Ramsey, Shima. Yeah. And then yeah, no, Dave Ramsey. Yeah. And then he's like, I borrowed another 20,000, and then I lost it. And then these two dudes on the show, these dudes were going in on trading. These dudes were roasting trading. They're like, "Oh, you're gambling. Oh, you're doing this." I'm like, look at these idiots. Anyways, but again, like I think you can't really trash trading if someone's borrowing money, right? Like if you're borrowing $40,000 to trade with, and you have no clue what you're doing, what do you think is gonna happen? Like, what do you think is gonna happen? Like if you're borrowing a whole bunch of money, first of all, like do you know the weight that comes with that? You just borrowed some money to go trade with. And the dude borrowed $40,000 and made $60,000, right? So he was making money. Instead of taking the money back to go pay the loan you just borrowed, the dude kept trading with the same monies and then lost it, right? So right away you can kind of tell, like, so the other issues in there than trading, right? You borrowed money, mistake. You made money, okay, now how about you pay the loan and you have $60,000 or $20,000, which is pretty amazing, right? Um, so like you can see that the other issues other than just in the day paid them off and I got a Camaro. Like look at that, right? So like the dude was already winning. So how about you make the right move now and pay off the loan, and then you're like, damn, I have $20,000 now. But no, it's never worked like that, right? Once people make $60,000, they're like, oh dang, I can make a million, right? And abyss. Nuke, is Nuke trying to rebound? Yeah, off the 200 EMA maybe. This is like your final line in the sand, isn't it? This is usually the level where people take the final risk, right? 200 EMA for Nuke. So maybe, maybe. But again, that thing needs to actually consolidate and start curling though, because those candles are still looking super sus. But mm, yep, yep, exactly. So that thing needs to consolidate around this 200 EMA and curl, or they're gonna slap it. IVVD, yeah, IVVD is going for that next resistance, right? That $1.12, right? Once we break above 104, your next target is this level here, right? The VWAPs. So let's see if we can get there. I mean, it's pretty close. Stephanie, you back? Close? You close? Where's George? George was also in this position. Are you close to even? Did you see the on Trump memes? Oh, someone's always doing something crazy. Yep. Mm-hmm. I so up to work I go. Do 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 do. William, Have a wonderful day. It's so crazy how that made so much sense, you know? How it made so much sense. Ah. I it's up to work I go. Yep. See you later, William. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You're gaining back the losses? Good. Good, good, good. What's your average though? You still haven't said anything, Stephanie. What's your entry price? Learn from that though. Alrighty, learn from that. Learn from that. 32. Yeah, you guys all did the same thing. Ahmad, you know better though. You know better. 132, you know better, Ahmad. Yeah, you know better, right? That position again to me should have been closed all the way up there. If you close that position up there, Ahmad, it's not a mistake, right? It's risk management, right? So to me, you should have closed that position all the way up there. And then again, now that we're below everything and the 200 EMA were below, like that thing just was just garbage, right? And then maybe you could have been back in closer to 80 cents, and then you would have made all the money back and smiling, right? So when you manage that mistake, when it's at the top, you can come back in later on and say, okay, you know what? I sold at $1.20 something. I took a loss, right? But now I'm back at 20 cents. I'm back at 80 cents, right? I'm back at 90 cents. Now we go up 20 cents. I've already made more than I lost. Can't afford lunch. Yeah. So NUKK is still trying to hold that 200 EMA there. ALLR is just stupid, just annoying, right? It's had all the reasons to go up, but it doesn't want to do it. Works broke below the 200 EMA, so not exactly amazing. And then CRML, again, still kind of struggling with $1.35, $1.40, so back in range. Again, AKAN, we're going to watch this one at the end of the day for a potential swing. But for now, not really doing much. Not really doing much. La 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 la. Maybe just lunchtime, lunchtime slowness. And then once we're done with lunch, maybe some names are going to pick up again. Yeah, that VWAP is usually a problem, right? The closer you get to the VWAP, like every time you get close to the 200 EMA, the 200 and the VWAP, those are your resistance lines when you're below them, right? The VWAP is a really common strong resistance. So that's why we use that as the next potential target there. NUKK is getting, I was about to say it's getting slapped, but it's still kind of holding that level, isn't it? Yeah, it still doesn't look like it's curling though, isn't it? Like, does it? Like, it still, it also looks like it's yeah, looks like it's getting ready for slap. Yeah, there it goes, right? So sometimes you can tell when something looks like it's curling, and sometimes you can tell when it doesn't look like it's curling. So for now, again, it needs to keep fighting with this 200 EMA here, right? It needs to keep fighting there with that 200 EMA. Is where you entered? Oh, Stephanie, my goodness, that's not that bad, right? It's not that horrible. My goodness. Yeah, put a stop loss, please, Stephanie. Put a stop loss. And don't let it go back to the abyss because, this thing was at 80 cents, right? Like at this price, you were down 5 cents, right? That's not that big of a deal. Alrighty. Yeah, NUKK is looking super, super weak. From like, look at this. From the left-hand side to this is why stop losses are so important, honestly. Because it looks amazing and then it doesn't, right? And you don't want to end up sleeping on the bridge at night. Because this is what happens when you form out $11 and you don't put a stop loss. You lose half of your monies. And then your wife says, oh, you want to sleep on the bridge, huh? Yeah, that's where you belong tonight. So, or your husband. Well, mostly your wife. Anyways, OCG with a nice little pop. Under the bridge, Shima. Under the bridge. People that lose all the monies. Yes, under the bridge. Cause why? Cause they owe, they owe. So it's up to the bridge they go. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. Yeah, IVVD is still trying here, so hopefully you can get a pop. Pumpkin spice latte. I've never tried that. Um, see, I don't know. I don't do fancy things too much. I like simple things. Yeah. Over the bridge into the water below. Oh, come on, carry on. That's when that's when anyways. I think when it comes to food, like I like amazing and simple, but really anything else. Let your inner white girl fly. Alicia Keys while you sip on it. Yeah. Pumpkin spice latte. Isn't a latte coffee? Yes, of course, X. Jollof. Jollof. This girl is on fire. Yeah, no, I don't really do coffee. It's decaf. You get decaf? Okay. Yeah. Mm. Spikes, I'm about to get stop loss tattooed on your middle finger so you can every time someone doesn't use it, seriously spikes. Stop losses are so important, guys, whether it comes to, stocks, options, futures, like everything you do, right? You're bound to mess up. Like you're just guaranteed to mess up. I keep telling you guys, like, we're not him, right? Look in the mirror in the morning and say, we're not him. We're not that good, right? We're human. So we're going to mess up so many times a day. Mistakes are going to happen every single day, right? What separates people that are amazing at trading and people that are, not is the people that can look and say, oh damn, I messed up, let me close this position. Those people usually go far, right? So go really, really far. You leave your ego at the door, right? And say, hey, like, I messed up. It is what it is, right? It's gonna happen. And cue the screenshot, right? This is the screenshot, right? This is the screenshot. The whole secret to winning big in the stock market isn't to be right all the time, but to lose the least amount possible when you're wrong, right? So we're just not that good, right? If you can look at like some of these people on Wall Street and realize that they make mistakes too, and they have all those friends and they have all the monies and they still mess up, who the hell are we, right? Who are we? Risk management. You have to manage the risk. Yep, exactly. Right. The best loser wins. There's a reason why there's a book called Best Loser Wins. Right. The best loser wins. You have to just get comfortable with losing. You just have to get comfortable with it, right? So if your goal is $1,000, maybe your max loss on a specific trade is $200, $300, right? Easy to make back, right? If you're always selling for $100 gains, maybe you should sell for a $50 loss, right? And if you're consistently taking losses, then your entries suck. You need to work on the entries. Simple, right? If you're like, I'm always taking $100, $50 losses every time I get in, it's because you FOMO. So you need to work on the entries, get better entries, right? So, um, yeah. And we say all of this not to, not to be mean to anybody. It's because we genuinely want everybody to win, right? If everybody's winning, we're all thrusting, all thrusting. Yeah, that thing is just going back and forth and back and forth. And as soon as we get off the stream, guess what's gonna happen? Boom skis. Boom skis. This little coochie stock has been spammed all over the place. COCH. It's called coochie, right? Anyways, that's what comes to mind when people keep spamming it. This one here is the coochie stock. Envoy Medical. Not a whole lot of volume on that thing though, so people are just spamming it, hoping that it can break out. But it's been slowly creeping up though. COCH. Low works for me. I don't shoot more than 5 to 25% per month. Yep, there you go. Yeah, there you go. And then CRML is still looking good here, right? Creating higher lows now, which is nice. The nukes is trying to reclaim the 200 EMA. And then ALLR, that thing loves $2. Above, below, above, below, above, below. Come on, Ahmad, make it pump. No, 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 no. ODS, not great, but great. Nuke. IO, IO. Do, 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 do. Can you just go? Like, can we just get a squeezy candle? A squeezy McSqueezy candle? Alrighty, what else do we have? Do, 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 do. Uh, do, do, do. Let's hope it works. uh, electric pump. Yeah, come on. This music sucks. That's okay. Yeah, I'll skip it for you, okay? I'll skip this one for you too. I think we've got to that spot in the playlist where like, yeah, D6. Okay, it's trying to. What does my hoodie say? My hoodie says Doge love. Doge love. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Doge love with the heart. Yeah. No, as the coin, as the meme, as the Doge coin. Yeah. Doge was our first crypto love. It was Doge before anything else, and then the XRPs and the Bitcoins and everything else. But it was and the ETH, but it was always Doge first. Spikes, yeah. There we go. The electric pump is working. Come on, pump it harder, please. Come on, Matt. At least you're going back towards your entry price though, which is good. Yeah, the stock is just annoying. Like it's not dying, but it's also not. Again, this is one of those cases where usually we talk about stocks dying below the 200 EMA, which would have been right there. But in this case, we have a double bottom right below, right? So that's the level, right? Same level we talked about in the morning between 180 and 170. So as long as it stays above that level, there's a chance. But it's pretty annoying, right? Because we're just going back and forth here, back and forth and back and forth. Yes. Let's just say yes, Austin. I think your resistance is lower than that, like 630. IVVD, obviously, we can't seem to break out. 200 EMA. Okay. Maybe you gain some momentum with that. And then you can see a bit of a double top on CRML. Right. So honestly, this line can move up a little bit there. And then look at this, right? So above $2, back below and back above. Where are the whales? It's waiting for CM to jump in, Trump Media Group Crow strategy to acquire 6.42 billion in Crow. Why would they do that? They could buy, like, they could actually buy, good things. But instead they just want to buy. I mean, anyways, it really is spikes. It really is. I don't know what we're waiting for, honestly. I think maybe we're waiting for Nvidia earnings tomorrow, right? I think that'll move the market, and that might create whatever direction we. Yeah, so Nvidia has earnings tomorrow. Nvidia will probably destroy earnings, destroy earnings, because those dudes make too much money, right? Uh, but that doesn't tell you which direction we're gonna go in, though. So it's gonna be about guidance, and if they say anything about China not selling chips, well, guess what? Down. Yeah, we're gonna hop off in 5 minutes, 4 minutes, Jeff. So Nvidia earnings tomorrow are going to be very telling. Who else has earnings this week? So Nvidia reports, and then we have August 25th. So Nvidia on Wednesday, and then we have Snowflake tomorrow. We have CrowdStrike with HP, and then tomorrow we have Thursday, Dollar General, Best Buy, TD, CIBC. Yeah. So really, the only thing that we care about is Nvidia. Nvidia is the only market moving stock tomorrow. Okay. We shall see. Another overnight pump and a dead Thursday. Yeah, kind of annoying, isn't it? Kind of annoying. What can you do though? You're getting a bit of an EMA cross there for NUKK, so let's see if that thing can perform here now. Hmm. So NUKK is at an interesting spot now, right? If this follows everything else that all the other stocks have followed with the EMA crosses, then you would think that should be a pretty good spot above around $6 there. Will it actually do it though? Do, 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 do. If NUKK is gonna bounce, this is the spot, right? If NUKK is gonna bounce, this is the time. And look at that, it's bouncing. Come on, NUKK. NUKK is like, yeah, let me go. Yeah. But we'll see. Yeah, you can really tell though that that 630 level is a bit of an obstacle. 630-ish. 633. 630. Come on, NUKK, you can do it. You can do it. Type yes in the chat if you're still in NUKK. Or if you bought the Dipski on NUKK. 630 again. 632, 633, 637. You can tell, like, it's fighting, right? You bought the dips a lot? Okay. Yeah, it's fighting. 644. There we go, right? If it's going to bounce, now is the time. 648. Okay, can we get above 650 though? Yeah, it might just be a scalpy for now, right? Yeah, it might just be a scalpy, right? In and out. But yeah, whenever that EMA crosses, it gives you a chance, right? So again, the entire time this thing is dropping is not a touch. Do not touch, right? But when that EMA crosses at the bottom, it gives you an opportunity, right? So we keep saying like, hey guys, set alerts for when the EMA crosses, right? It was right there, right? So again, you could have gambled off the bottom if you wanted to, closer to $6, but um, the safer entry is always when that EMA crosses, right? So and here you are testing 650, and there you go 651. Right? You see what I mean? Like at least you have a chance to be green, and then you can say, you know what? It's only 5 cents. It's only 10 cents. It's only 20 cents. But at least you have a chance to be green, right? Whereas when you catch a stupid drop like this, when you're just gambling and catching the drop, right? You could end up in trouble, right? So set the damn alerts for the EMA cross. If you don't know how to do that, there's a video in the new trader education section. And again, it might not have been pump, right? But at least there we go, 660. Yeah, yeah. Look at that. At least 30 cents, right? 30 cents, 40 cents, right? Look at that. Yeah. If you're gonna bounce, now is the time. So little scalpy there if you're going in and out, right? Not too horrible. Extreming, what's your stop loss? You're doubting to keep it? Yeah, you're not down that bad, right? What's your stop loss? There we go, 665. Okay, 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 okay. 668, guys, 670. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Look at that, right? You guys can see the alerts, working like a charm. So, and your next resistance is 675. So be careful. Ready? 670, 675. So we're going to need to break above that level as well. That would have been a nice little scalp, huh? Right? TNFA with a nice little pop there. Let's go, D. Good job. I like it. uh Honestly, Jeff, like I don't know what to think of, like, that stuff sometimes. They will eventually. They will eventually. Eventually. All the time, exactly, CM. Exactly. So set those alerts, guys. Set those alerts. Because someone is always going to complain, like, oh, but I wasn't watching it. It was dropping. And I didn't know. Like, it was dropping and dropping, and I didn't want to keep watching it because I was watching something else. Set the damn alert. It's going to alert you right at the bottom, right? Set the alert. And then you can take, little quick gains, right? So again, your resistance is 675-ish there, 670. So it's kind of stalling there for now, right? So that's not a surprise. When you say EMA alert cross, which one? No, so EMA versus 9 EMA cross. 9 EMA crossing above the kernel. Stefan. Alrighty. 9 EMA crossing the kernel. So for example, again, look at this, right? The cross happened right there. This was the cross, right? The cross happened right there. You can make some little gains, right? Look at IVVD, right? You want to see IVVD? Let's go back to the open, right? IVVD is dropping like a rock. When did that EMA cross happen? Well, the EMA cross happened right there in this range, right? So you're having to not worry about the drop, and then EMA cross happens, right? And then boom, skis, right? And it's been performing well. And you could do that for a whole bunch of names that are getting slapped. A whole bunch of names. IVVD is going back up again to retest, right? So for now, again, extreming, right? You're back to even. I think your entry was just a bit suspicious because you're really close to that VWAP resistance, right? You're really close to that VWAP resistance. Yep, there you go. Alert for demand zone, and then alert for kernel. Yep. Coma, criminal. 103, 109. Good job. I like it. Yep. They need to do something, Josh. They need to do something. ALLR is again. My goodness, what a stock. What a stock. Feel like I'm digging as a well. Yeah. Hopefully, Jeff. Hopefully, it's rewarding. And those dividends are gonna, the dividends are gonna pay, right? The longer you hold and reinvest, the dividends are gonna pay. And then at some point, you need to pull out those dividends, right? And then, in my opinion, pull out those dividends and put them in other things. You know. At some point, do you have a video on setting stock alerts for boomers? Yes. The alert is in Discord. If you look at the new trader education section, almost at the very bottom, there's a video that says how to set alerts. It's in there. And IVVD just keeps struggling with that red zone, right? The red zone. And NUKK is still doing okay. But that 50 EMA needs to break above. So that 50 EMA is saying you shall not pass. And D is saying, that's okay, I took my monies already. And that, yeah, that's usually how it works, Consider investing in a lower risk, DC. Yeah, I agree, Josh. Right? You don't want to keep taking the monies out and putting in like Misty and Coney, and because you almost like reinvesting in the same thing. Yeah, those dividends need to go to work in other places too, so there's a balance. Because when BTC dips, then you really get to feel the violence. Damn spikes! How is SPY just going up and down in that range? Shush. AKAN is trying there, isn't it? Right, Robbie? Trying. Robbie, was it you that sent me a message about the membership? It was you, wasn't it? You want to fight? Anyways, unbelievable. Yeah. So again, AKAN is still on watch, right? Like I said, we'll keep an eye on this one. More of a swing play than anything else. Watch. And then if it can break above like 430 and 440, maybe that volume will really kick in. Right? The volumes will kick in. Push, push, push. Nah, nah. Yeah, there you go, Jeff. Yeah, I like that. Na 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 na. Yeah. What is nothing but the profits I have made only buying the dips at crucial levels. For example, I will 102. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'd rather not see 102. I'd rather not see 102, Josh. You know, I'd rather not. Enough. I've had enough with ah. Is a real test. Yeah, no. If you look at the daily, we looked at that earlier today, right? Like that level is if we dip down to that level, that's a pretty sweet level. The demand zone in that zone is pretty nice if we dip down to 102, but I'd rather not see it because I don't have money to keep buying dips. I already bought a few dips at 102, like 111, 112. I'd rather not. uh, Anyways, using our funds to buy more, and that's into yeah, Jeff. Now that's really nice. That is very nice. Yeah, no, for sure, Jeff. That is good. Okay, what's Nuke doing here? Nuke is still holding that bottom, right? Nuke's still holding the bottoms there. Maybe after lunchtime, this thing can get moving. Yeah, exactly, DDT, exactly. You know, if you buy too much BTC, like, what are you gonna do when you run out of cookies? Then it's depression, you know? Depression. Can't have that. Can't have that. Yeah, Josh, that's true. That is very true. Just stay humble and yep, Jeff, for sure. Smile while you wait. Sell half of cookies. Use monies for investing. Eat other half. Fine. Fine. Do I have a bake my own cookies? Who has time for that? Shima, who does that? Who bakes cookies? Unbelievable. uh, if I bake cookies, I would definitely have a chef hat on, and with the apron. Yes. While you watch Spurs, I like it. Come on, Nuke, you can do it. Break that 50. Let's go, Josh. I like it. I like it. Fresh baked cookies. Ooh wee. Yeah, I like that. Josh, I like it. When visits. One of these times I need to I think the last time I took a vacation was with Josh. Yeah, right? Yeah. But then it was only a long weekend. See, yeah. So at some point I need to take a vacation, and go to Josh's or visit Dan, some barbecue. But yeah. Japan. Japan sounds like a nice vacation spot. To the woods last year. That was a year ago. To the woods, but it was a long weekend. See, that's the extent of my vacation. I'm like, okay, a long weekend. Let's go on vacation. You know how like people take a week off? Stephanie, that sounds like an amazing idea. We've talked about that because then we can go watch some games, right? Some Premier League games, some Champions League games, something. Yeah. Yup. Someday. $2 again. Yeah. You can tell like it wants to go, but just super annoying. I couldn't understand why people are jumping to 5 cents, but now when the market is slow, getting the 5 cents adds up to an easy $50. Exactly. Exactly. You take what the market gives you sometimes. To the ski hill. That's still a weekend. That's like a day trip, Tony. That doesn't count as a vacation. Yeah, usually just a ski trip day. And AKAN is looking for still trying to break above $4 here. I kind of like the way that it's holding above 360, 350. That's good, you know. But it also needs to break out in the volume. So maybe one of these mornings they drop some news or something. And guess what? SPY just keeps going back and forth there. Yeah, since you've been here, I haven't. Yeah, I don't really do vacations. I don't. Really, I think I'm pretty blessed to do what I do. Um, trade and stream. So to me, like, yeah, I don't really. Since Josh, I will definitely go to a World Cup game with you. Easy. Next summer, next summer, guys, be ready for vacations because I'm gonna go to some World Cup games. Yeah, put a stamp on it. Yeah, definitely. See, that's one thing that I will definitely travel for to watch a World Cup game. In the city park, 5 minutes from his house. No, dad, no, dad. That was a real camping trip. Uh, on the lake, let's go, Josh. Let's go. Okay, World Cup done. Germany, yeah, yeah, definitely. I'm gonna be traveling to some World Cup games. So next year, um, expect some day offs. This summer, yeah, Halloween, Halloween. Some Vegas trip. We can go racing with Josh and Dan. Ah, see, I think unless I'm doing something, I think like I get bored easily. Maybe that's why I like the market because there's chaos. Yeah, I would get bored pretty easily. You know how people go to the beach? Can't really do the beach. Can't really do the beach unless I go to the beach with someone that's pretty cool. But yeah, on TV, Shima. Yeah, but it's one of those things where like I've watched my entire life. Like I grew up watching soccer, playing soccer. I used to play soccer like 7 days a week, right? Like played soccer all over the place. At one point, I wanted to, like, so it would be pretty nice to actually go to a live game. I've gone to a women's World Cup game, but I've never gone to like a men's, like a men's real game. Yeah, so that would be cool to see. For the bathroom, go to the bathroom earlier. Then went to Wimbledon. It was surreal. I bet, right? See, yeah. Like I watch tennis all of the time on TV, but I bet you like a real in the winter, minus 100 degrees Fahrenheit, Caribbean 85. Yeah, yeah. No, I think traveling is one of those things that I want to do at some point, Dan. Traveling and food and good people. Yeah. Tennis, Tony. Yeah, I like tennis. Do, 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 do. Texas. That sounds like a lot of fun, Tony. Yeah, I saw his haircut. Why did he do that though? I don't know. Why would you do that? Ah, no time to travel yet for me. And then enjoy when I am 26. Yeah, yeah. Tony, the time will come, right? Yeah. KV, I would definitely see. That's why I like doing stuff on the long weekends, so we don't miss very much. And then we have Discord. We can still stream in Discord and whatnot, so we'll be okay. Do you go to Lake Louise? Yeah, like once or twice every winter, Shima. That's usually where I go skiing. Lake Louise. Oh, really? Oh, that's pretty funny. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, Silver Sea and Viking Cruises. Outstanding food. Yes, yes, yes. Then he did it on purpose, probably. Probably. Ah, that's cool though. I think that's funny. 180 coma. Look at you, just gains all over the place. Gains on gains on gains. A Nordic spa. Hmm. I yeah. I need a massage, Shima. That's what I need. Anyways, I don't know why IVVD is having such a hard time like breaking above this resistance. Such a hard time. Maybe it's waiting for us to get up the stream. Something's gonna break out as soon as we get up the stream. IVVD maybe, or maybe ALLR. Something's gonna break out. AKAN looks fine, right? So we don't mind that. Nuke is still just playing games around the same price, but it's holding the bottom for now, so that's good. Yeah, Coma is cooking. Yeah, my only advice for Coma is just keep those losses small. When if you do take a loss, you need to have a max loss, right? You need to like guarantee you have to, right? Because the only problem with people that I see is they're doing well and well and well, and then they take a big loss. Then they want that money back. Then they take another big loss. So yeah, yeah, beautiful day, Coma. Yeah, be done for the day, right? Oh, for now, maybe after hours, so maybe into power hour later on, right? So yep, I think it's important for everybody to have like a max loss. Like my max loss is this. If you can do that, that's gonna save you so much headache. Max loss per trade $200, $100, $50. Right? If your daily goal is $1,000, maybe your max loss is, anyways, something like that. Joe, where have you been? We were just asking about you yesterday. Where have you been, Joe? How are you? Is a booster seat. Do me a favor, please, Joe. Do me a favor, please. IVVD is just annoying. Let's go, Joe. Yeah, Ben F. Yeah, that was a nice little pop on Ben F there. CRML just couldn't break out, so it's retesting that $7 again. Works, meh, weakness. Ben F. Yeah, nice push there. You can see that resistance at 65 cents, which we talked about yesterday, right? It's a really nice pop, actually. I think we were looking at this one yesterday for a potential swing play, right? Uh, so yeah, 65 cents resistance on this thing. Dan, that's the picture? Oh, damn. I would definitely come back, Dan, with, shush. That's a lot of food, Dan. My goodness. uh, Unbelievable virus. Stefan, it did. Yeah, this one looked good after hours yesterday. IVVD just needs to break out there. Just needs to pop. Stephanie put a stop loss and then hope we pop. Doo-doo. Okay, sounds good. To the cooking, sounds good, Josh. Yeah, I'm gonna hop off in like a minute or so, and then we'll go back to Discord as well. Futures has been testing me, but you're still standing. Okay, good, Joe. Yeah, the markets have been interesting. Yep, Coma? Exactly. Yup. Yup. So stay disciplined, right? Discipline, consistency and discipline, Coma, and you'll keep cooking. Just try your absolute best to stay disciplined. There we go. 112. There you go. Okay. When actual breakout and boom skis, guys. But testing highs of the day, like market open highs, not pre-market highs. A great pullback. Yeah, that pullback might not happen till like mid-September, October, but yeah, we'll see. We shall see. We shall see. Doo-doo. This thing is so slow. Let me know if you have any last questions, guys, and then we're gonna hop off and go back to Discord already. Doo-doo-doo. There goes 112. The price action on this is really weird. Doo-doo. Very weird price action. $6 again. Yeah. How to play Nvidia earnings? I don't know if it's worth it, Shima. The easiest way to play with earnings like that on Nvidia is do some covered calls. Easiest way. The easiest way, right? Other than that, it's a complete gamble. Complete gamble, right? Again, the gamble isn't like knowing what Nvidia will do. Yeah, Nvidia will beat earnings. Not even a question about it, right? Nvidia is not a company that's going to miss earnings, right? We can see we're clearly sitting at resistance on the daily, right? All-time highs almost, right? So we're clearly at all-time highs, right? The last time Nvidia reported earnings, look at this, right? Nvidia was pumping to brand new all-time highs, right? And then they reported earnings, but for the most part, like we just kind of went sideways for a few days before we popped, right? So that was the last time, and then the time before that was right there. Nvidia beat earnings, and the stock was still crashing, right? They beat earnings right there, and the stock was still crashing and crashing. It's not like they missed earnings though, right? But that was also because of Trump and China and tariffs and blah blah blah, right? So market conditions play a role in that, right? So Nvidia will beat earnings. Hopefully, we beat and pump, so it's good for everybody, right? But it's definitely a gamble. Yeah, probably Shima. Because expectation, right? Everybody is expecting them to beat earnings, so then that's the easiest way to do it, right? So then we're running into earnings, right? So maybe if we're crashing tomorrow, maybe they're gonna beat and pump, maybe, right? But definitely a difficult one. Just a question of how much people were expecting baked into the price. Exactly. Have a great afternoon as well, Koma. See you later. See you in Discord. See you tomorrow as well. Stephanie, are you still in that position at 115 for IVVD? It would be nice to see $200 for Nvidia. It'd be very nice. Would be very nice. Again, yeah, let me know if you have any last questions, guys. We're gonna hop off and go back to Discord. Smash a like if you haven't already. Hit that subscribe if you're new. And if you're not a member yet and you want to join us in Discord, click the link at the bottom of the chat there from Nightbot. Come join us already. And then we shall keep cooking. Thank you, Al. Thank you all very much for the support. I really appreciate that. Much love, everybody. Be safe, and catch you guys in Discord and tomorrow. Thank you all very much. Thank you, guys. Thank you. There goes 114, right? IVVD, so slow, but slowly creeping up. Okay. Much love, everybody. Bye for now. See ya. Bye, Joe. Good to see you, Joe. Have a wonderful rest of the day. KB, bye. Tony, bye bye. Luna, bye. Salat, bye. Bye, guys.